Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lost Mine of Fandover. Also, happy St. Patty's Day. Uh, I would be wearing something green, but as I was telling my wonderful players before stream actually started, that yeah, it's not going to show up.
Green screen's green.
You're a big help. I'm streaming right now. Thank you very
They
much.
can't see it.
But you're good for St.
Yeah, they can't see. They can't see it. Okay, take my word for it. I have a green screen, and it's green. Happy St. Patty's Day.
I also have a green screen, which is also green.
I do too. Also, Slancha, everyone.
So yeah, that was my son. Yeah, and Gorple's green. Like I mean, we got it pretty much going on today. But yeah, that was my son trying to be helpful. Uh, take an extra drink. But welcome. Hello, my wonderful players. We are gonna get started. Again, quick announcements. D&D today, also D&D tomorrow. If today wasn't good enough fix for you, we're doing a Wild Mount campaign tomorrow. Same time, right here on this channel. Then on Friday we have Friday Night Magic, where we actually play Magic the Gathering Arena. It's a lot of fun. If Magic the Gathering the Arena is not your bag, then guess what? You can check out some more D&D on Unconventional Heroes with Gene and Julia. Or if you're interested in something slightly different, Monster of the Week maybe. There is the podcast that Matt does of Good Neighbors, and of course, if you're looking for swashbuckling, magic, and just general awesomeness, obviously Tales of the Left Hand by John, our very own John here, does with the audio set books and the actual books themselves. So please support all the stuff that we're trying to do, but also, there's lots of fun here. There's a lot of entertainment here, a lot of value for entertainment wise. So, all right. So, and as far as our YouTube subs and our Twitch subs and our Patreon subs, they're slowly growing, which is great. And again, once we hit our goals, we'll be doing some awesome stuff. So thank you for the support that everybody's been giving us. Please continue. At the very least, just hit follow. That way you are kept up to date with any schedule changes or any additions that we might have, because we are continuously adding stuff. There's either more games or more something going on. So make sure at the very least you do that. That's it. I'm getting really good at getting through these announcements pretty quickly. All right. So with that, let's continue from our last session. Last we met, the group had finished doing away with the Red Brand menace of the town of Findalen. Upon coming back to the town, you did bring the small goblin that you found with you, Droop, and had a very interesting update with Sildar Hallwinter, where you not only convinced him that Droop should be taken in and protected due to the help that he was able to give during your excursion with the Red Brands, but you were also able to finish up a couple of other things. You were able to you met with Halia Thornton over at the Miners Exchange, who is still waiting to figure out how the glass staff is, and as far as being jailed and taken care of before she actually pays you the bounty that she actually hired your group for. You made your way over to the Sleeping Giant Inn, where you did inform Grista, the owner, that the Red Brand Menace was taken care of, where you then learned that she began to start just telling everybody that she could possibly find that the Red Brands were no longer an issue. And in doing so, some of you were actually met that afternoon and / evening to a celebration of about a dozen or so townsfolk who were kind of waiting for you to kind of celebrate the whole instance. Want to make sure I'm not missing anything. And Sildar did make sure to say for you all to take a much needed rest over the course of the evening. However, that he did want to see you in the morning so we can kind of plan out next steps as far as what to do, as you have a somewhat rough location of not only Cragmaw Castle but Wave Echo Cave, where this mine, this supposed mine, uh, was found. And Cragmaw Castle, also as a reminder, being the possible location of Gundren Rockseeker. So as we finished, Gorple was making his way over to the Alderleaf farm to make good on his promise with a certain little halfling child. And that is actually where we left off. But before we progress, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that as of the end of last session, our players are now level 3. So they have rolled their hit dice. They have figured out what their next steps are going to be. So as we progress, just everyone keep that in mind. So Gorple, you are standing right outside the window of Carp Alderleaf, who has opened the window and seems to be eagerly awaiting what you guys are going to do next.
I kind of like signal for him down, and I kind of wait until he comes down.
Yeah. He very deftly just kind of jumps out of the window, and kind of like maybe he's done this a number of times, and then very, very quietly just closes the window ever so slowly, as to not make any noise. All right, man. So we doing this? What's going on? What's happening?
Oh, I'm gonna get one more person. Unless do you want your friend from the inn to come with this, or just?
Are we using him for target practice?
No, you're gonna probably need practice with if you decide you want to learn how to use it. I kind of point to the knives that he has. If you want to learn,
which he has. Yeah, he has them tucked in his belt.
You're gonna need someone to spar, and I'm much better than you are.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna kill that kid though.
Well, I got someone who needs to learn some stuff, so you're skilled enough. It'll be kind of teaching both of you, but I'll teach you how to use the boomerang. Come on, and I'll begin hopping my way to the main office of that guy of the town hall.
Oh, the Townmaster's Hall. Okay. All
yeah,
right,
I'll be like pop.
Yeah, so you actually take the back way. You actually continue going towards the back of the farm and actually make your way behind some homes and some other houses to kind of get out of the way, as Carp's mom is still on the porch. He definitely doesn't want his mom to see that he just left. And so you kind of make your way over to the Townmaster's Hall. At this point in time, it's getting to be, just about dusk. Like the sun is still setting, but it hasn't set completely at this point in time. You make your way towards the back of the Townmaster's Hall. What would you like to do?
I go, hey, wait outside, and I'll head right inside. Just wait here,
Okay.
and I'll go get Droop.
Okay, so you go inside. You go and you check Sildar's office. There's nobody in the office, and then you walk over to the door next to the office, which you saw Sildar going back and forth from occasionally, and it's cracked open slightly.
Slowly push it open.
Slowly push it open, and you can see what looks like what looks like a very Spartan bedroom. There's no decorations, not a lot of things going on in here. There's a bed, there's a table next to it, a small stool next to the actual bed itself. There's a wash basin on the small table, and sitting on the bed at the very end of the bed, just kind of looking down with his legs just swinging back and forth, is Droop.
Hey, buddy, we're gonna go. Remember how we taught you about we're gonna teach you how to play and have fun.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
Make a persuasion check.
That will be a big 14.
Okay. All right. So he goes. He kind of looks at you. Looks like he's thinking, and he goes, "Okay." He jumps off the bed. He goes, "Uncle Lord Pants said that I was supposed to stay here till he got back, but
All right,
I'll go with you."
that's fine. I'll quickly just scribble a note. Gorple taking Droop play, and I just leave that. I don't like write any more details.
Yeah, you just plop it on the bed. It's very clear that there's something there. So yeah.
All right,
and,
buddy, let's go.
and Droop kind of he pulls the hood over himself and kind of takes some of the fabric that's around his neck and kind of puts it up over his nose, and he goes, "Like this."
Can I try to help with any adjustments to disguise him?
Sure.
Is there any way I can help
Well,
out?
yeah, it's not so much disguise, but it seems like he's more trying to remember how you showed him to do these things, and he's just checking for
like-
approval.
Great first try. Also, it's nighttime, so it's a little easier to get away with things.
Okay.
Come meet my friend Carp, and I'll
Okay.
kind of bring him outside.
Okay. So yeah, so you go out to the back, and Carp. All right. So you come out to the back, and Carp is just kind of standing there, and there's like a wooden, almost like a small wooden fence. It's not very tall or anything, but Carp has got one of the daggers in his hand, and he's just kind of like digging it into the wood, and he's just kind of like splintering the wood as he's going. And you come out. He goes, "Oh, okay, all right. So this is your friend?" And he kind of looks. He goes, "Oh, that's a fucking goblin!" And he just kind of,
I just look at Carp like, shut the fuck up, Carp.
the fucking
He helped-
goblin.
He helped save this town. Droop's my friend, and we're gonna teach him how to defend himself.
You're gonna teach a goblin how to fucking fight? Are you fucking crazy?
Carp, you said you were cool. I'm not gonna tell your
I'm
mom.
cool.
Well, you're not acting very cool. I'm just throwing it out there. You're being
It's a
fucking
fucking
little kid.
goblin. It's a
So
fucking.
what? You're a fucking halfling who's lying about his age to that other kid, and you're fucking leading him in a lie.
Hey! I didn't lie. I just omitted. It's a big difference.
Guess what? I admitted I didn't tell you it was a fucking goblin, but it is a goblin. So go fuck yourself if you want to learn to fight or not.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage, because he is absolutely freaked out. He's just kind of looking at you and looking at Droop, and he's just like,
Natural one.
I also rolled in that one. You both stand there arguing with each other very loudly over the next 5 minutes. When
All right, Carl, you want to learn how to fight or not? 'Cause if you keep
Hey!
bitching at me, I'm just gonna leave.
it's a fucking goblin, man. You want me? Yeah, okay, you're gonna teach me how to kill him? That's great. I'll kill him right now. It's no problem.
No. He's gonna learn how to fight to defend himself. He was enslaved. We don't stand for slavery.
You want me to stab? You want me to stab a goblin? I will fucking stab a goblin.
Carp, I will kill you and hide your body, and your mother will never find you. You shut the fuck up before this gets really bad for you.
As you finish saying this, you all three of you hear a voice. What's going on back? Who's back there? What's
All right.
happening?
Let's cheese it. We're going to the bar. We're going somewhere with an open field to practice. Carp,
All right.
where's a good place with an open field?
All right, make a stealth check. I'm gonna make one for Droop and Carp. Oh my god. Oh my god. What'd you get?
We can't hear you. Jake.
Can't hear you, Jin.
I got a 16.
16. Okay. So you begin to hide yourself, and you're like, "Where's the place to go?" And as you turn around, Carp is just like, "You stay the fuck away from me, goblin!" And Droop's like, "Okay," and he's just trying to back up. And he's like, "No, further, fucking get further back. The fuck!" And you're just shaking your head.
I'm gonna throw net on Carp.
Okay. So roll an attack on Carp.
Wow.
So it's disadvantage. It's disadvantage, so I got a 9. So he probably gets out of the way.
Yeah. He sees it coming. Oh! He just kind of dodges out of the way, and you watch as Sildar walks out from the back door, and he goes, "What the hell is going on back? What's go? Warble, what is happening here?
We're playing. What's it look like happening as I go retrieve my net?
That boy he's wielding a dagger. What kind of play is this?"
It must have slipped from my sheath. Don't worry yourself. Go back to doing whatever you do.
As you and him are having, Carp is like, and he just books it. He just runs, and you watch he just leaps over the small wooden fence, and he just takes off. And Droop is just standing there, just like, he looks
That's
really
okay.
confused.
You did great, Drew. I didn't like that kid anyway. Let me show you some stuff.
Okay, okay. And Sildar just like, what is it? Look, don't if you find any more children carrying any sort of weaponry, just I'm hereby empowering you to just confiscate it and inform me immediately so their parents can be properly informed. Just, I don't know who that was, but look out for him. I don't know, just, that was odd.
It was very odd. But me and Drew are going to play a little bit. It'll be fine.
Just stay here. I don't want Droop just wandering because issues could arise. I still haven't tried talking to anyone about his presence.
Okay, it's dark out. Is there like do you have a yard in this townhouse? You have a big room?
He just kind of like motions to where you are, which is kind of like almost like a small little yard, if you will, if it can be called that. But he just kind of motions like, this is all I have here.
All right.
Should be good for your needs. I'll be inside if you need me.
I don't think I will, but thank you.
Very
right.
well.
As he leaves, I'm like, whatever. I didn't like that kid anyway. He reneged on the deal, not me. So I go, all right, Drew, listen, I know what happened inside that manor was very scary. You're always picked on, right? You're always hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I understand that. I understand what it is to be a slave. Now, I wasn't a slave, but bad people like me took slaves. And I don't want to see that ever happen again. I kind of I put my hand on his chest gently. I don't want you to ever be a slave. And I like gesture like a collar. Like I'm trying to talk like I'm like low intelligence animal handling more than like talking. Where I'm like, never be slave. But in order to do that, since you're small, and I kind of like gesture at both his and my height, you gotta be bigger with skills and knowledge. And I want to show you how to do that. You don't have to ever employ it. You don't have to use it. So it doesn't have to be used. But just in case, I want you to be able to learn how to defend yourself.
Make an insight check.
Apparently natural one again, so it's a 5.
It's in that one. Yeah, this goblin's gonna die. Life is gonna kick his ass, and you don't get the impression that he understands anything you're saying, but he's going along with it because you're a person he associates with being saved. So that's
right.
the impression you get with a nat 1.
That's fine. All right, buddy. We're going to start with non-lethal means because that won't make blood. Ready?
Okay.
So, like, Chris, or DM, I'll just set up like a small, like, is there like a fence post?
Yeah.
So I'll take out my net and I'll be like, when you're trying to capture an opponent, you want to throw it with the wrist twirl and catch it over the thing. And so I'll do a few like practice throws to show them like the proper technique of throwing a net.
Okay. Roll This is probably for you. It'll most likely be acrobatics, just to see how well those practice throws go.
All right. That'll be a 17.
17. Yeah. So without issue, you're just you're going through the motions and you're showing him, and he's watching. He seems to be watching you very intently. And then it comes to his turn, and you kind of hand him over the net, and he looks like he's like trying to mimic exactly what you did, and at the very last moment, he just doesn't get the spin right, and it tosses it up, and then right down on top of himself. Rolled a 2.
I will help him out of it quickly.
Okay, yeah.
And that's okay, buddy. Nets are very unwieldy in combat, but
Heavy.
they restrain your opponents here. And I'll kind of like step back 15 feet from him.
Mm.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw the net at you to capture you, and then you're going to take it off and then throw it back at me to try to capture me.
Okay.
Just so you understand what a body. And so Chris, or DM, I will go back and forth, kind of practicing very slowly and easily. Like I'm not dodging, I'm standing completely still.
Right.
I might even like let him, like if I see it coming, I might like move an inch or two forward just to kind of get him used to it. Because nets are unwieldy since you throw them at disadvantage no matter what.
Right.
But restraining your opponent can help him get away. So
Gotcha.
I'm going to begin kind of just spending time, and maybe he'll even have fun because we're playing catch.
Yeah. So over the course of the next 2 hours, you kind of go back and forth with him, and towards the end of this kind of play session, if you will, you do start to see actual improvement. Like he does actually seem to get the actual wrist motions, but it seems like the biggest detriment he has is he doesn't have a lot of upper body strength. But just looking at him, he's going to grow and might fill out. And over time, that could change. But he does seem to have the basics down, which is good.
All right, buddy. How about this? Why don't you, because we might not be around all the time, and you're going to spend time with Fancy Pants, Lord Pants. Why don't you, and I'll kind of like pass the net to him. Why don't you practice on fence posts and try to really get an understanding? It might help you out, and also it'll start giving you the understanding of movement, and like kind of like as a flourish, I'll just like hurl a boomerang, and then I'll catch it.
Okay. Yeah. Make a for that. I'm going to say make it just a general dexterity check.
Well, I will say this, DM. If you miss an attack with a boomerang, it auto comes back to your hand. That's part of the boomerang feature, but I will still make a dex check.
Yeah, this is more for flavor to see exactly how does it look cool, or does it actually just meh?
That is a 16.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you make it look effortless, and you do watch his face just go as you just do this and just catch it, and he's just like, and then he looks down at the net. He's like, okay, I practice.
Yeah, and I kind of like, and I just gesture like, and I kind of like show him that tossing motion he did with the net, and how I kind of did a very similar tossing motion, but like as an outward throw with the boomerang. It all kind of leads up, and you just gotta practice.
Okay, I will.
And I'll kind of like pass it off to him and be like, work on it, kid, and we'll train more or play, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, play is weird, but okay.
All right, bye, buddy. And
Bye.
I gotta go meet up with people.
Okay, and you watch as he just like he drags it inside. He starts dragging the net back inside. And he's just like shakes his head for a moment and then just goes in. And then, are you going to join everybody back at the Sleeping Giant?
Yeah, I will join everyone after that.
Okay.
Debacle.
Soldar's 100% gonna confiscate that from him.
So, all right. So at this point in time, Drovar, Basha, and Bocek, three of you have been just spending time with at least a dozen or so townsfolk at the Sleeping Giant Inn. Grista is making sure that all of your cups are full, and just everybody's having a great time. A couple of the townsfolk have actually taken, brought out some instruments, and they're not great, but they're trying to add to the jovial atmosphere, and it helps. But that's what's been going on for the last couple of hours, and just everybody's having a great time.
They love us here, don't they? There's nothing we could do right now that would sour all of this.
Well, I mean, there probably is something, but I just won't do it. So just keep
No.
drinking. Cheers.
Tonight's good. Tonight's good. Yeah.
So as you're all continuing to enjoy the revelries, Gorple, you make your way into the tavern, and as you do see everybody just momentarily stop and see you, and then you hear "Hey!" and one gentleman just comes up to you, and he hands you very carefully, he hands you a tankard filled with ale. And they're just, hey,
Hi. This is weird.
yeah. Clearly unsure how to approach a frog person in their minds, but still wanting to include you in the festivities.
I appreciate the drink, but I mean, it doesn't really do much. But thanks for the effort, buddy.
Hey, sure, no problem.
And I'll go hop up on whatever table Bocek's sitting at, because it's super tall.
Mm-hmm.
No. I just reach out and kind of grab his tongue for a second, like, no.
All right,
Not tonight.
I just put my hand across Bocek's face. It'll be fine.
Bocek, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Well, maybe this will be better.
Maybe.
$17.
17. Yeah, you're feeling pretty good. This just it's a little extra on top of what you've already been drinking. You're definitely seeing movement that wasn't there a few moments ago, of things that are even standing still. And so it's going pretty good for you. So as Gorple kind of makes his way over to the table, does that to Bocek, Grista kind of like, all right, and she kind of like starts banging against a tankard she's got in her hand, banging it on the table. It's like, all right, so they're all here. Now we're going to make it official. It's like 3 cheers to the folks the strangers who came out of nowhere, fucked up the Red Brands, and now are our goddamn favorite peoples. And she just raises it, and everybody goes, huzzah! 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 It's like, all right, continue with the drinking. It's like, everybody else, you got to pay except them.
Bocek, Nastrovia. Oh, you're already gone. Never mind. It's fine.
So Grista makes her way over to the table where you all are at. She goes, "Oh, I can't believe it! Like, it's been such a problem over almost the last year. If it wasn't the damn orcs, it just became the Red Brands. If it wasn't one thing, it was another. But this is at least we get a little bit of respite, thanks to all of you. We really, really appreciate it. If you can't tell."
Oh, it's good. Yeah.
Yes, and we appreciate you and all that you do here at the bar. But I'll tell you what, and I'm going to lean in and be like, we would not have made it through if it were not for these very brave fighters, especially Drovar. And I pat him on the back.
What?
He was very brave.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
if you'll excuse me for a second, then I'm gonna like move to make sure that they're next to each other. And I'm gonna go over to where
Hi.
closer to Bocek, and I'm gonna like just cast prestidigitation to make like little sparkles float in the air above his head, just to like distract him.
She's continuing to drink out of a tanker, and she's just watching all this, and she starts chuckling, and then she just kind of leans into you over to you, Drovar, and just so you could hear, and she goes, "Don't worry, sweetie, you're too young for me anyway. It's fine."
What are you talking about? I'm. As you wish.
Oh, look, if you're looking just for like a quick rump in the bed, that's fine. Like, I'm all for it. I'll never say no to that. But I'm just saying, you're looking for anything more than that, Hey, I've buried a few husbands in my time, just saying.
The night is young.
Yeah, and so are you.
And I'm not as young as you think.
And she chuckles, she kind of like, she just bangs her tankard into yours, and she just continues to drink. Meanwhile, Basha, what are you doing while all this is happening, other than matchmaking?
Yeah, matchmaking and making sparkles to entertain Bocek and make his world more magical. He's trying to eat the magical sparkles now. Okay, don't eat them. They're not edible. Okay, never mind. Anyway, aside from that, I'm gonna be kind of just drinking and just kind of like looking around, talking to people if they approach. I don't know, like just kind of standing there looking pretty and drinking. That sounds like what Bosch should be doing right about now.
Gotcha. All right, so yeah, it's a very fun evening. It's very different than all of you are individually used to. Like this amount of attention, even though positive, it's just kind of out of the ordinary for all of you. But you take it in stride. You do understand and realize that there was this underlying pressure going on in the town that seemingly is now released. And that's, you just happen to be in the middle of that.
I would say early in the evening, or like as it kind of, I imagine Gorp will probably slink off to Bocek in his room, because he's not really, he doesn't understand what's going on. It's a little too much for his like simplistic senses of like, bounty hunters, they're unsung heroes. They get paid, they're done, they go to a new job. So like this much attention, he's like really uncomfortable and like doesn't really know how to handle it. So he's gonna kind of slip to their room.
Okay. So over eventually the revelries end. There's a number of townsfolk that are just passed out drunk, but you all eventually make your way to your rooms over at the Stonehill Inn. And Drovar, I'll leave it up to you whether you got lucky with Grista or not. Like the invitation was open, so that's a totally on you type of thing.
Well, tell you what, we'll roll a d20 on a 1 to 10. He stays here. Yeah, his room is not. He does not return to his room.
All right, fair enough. So, Basha, Bocek, and Gorple, you make your way back to the Stone Giant Inn. Drovar is still heavily drinking with Grista. They seem to be almost in a drinking competition, but it seems very friendly more than anything else.
Drinking competition, foreplay for dwarves. I see. Okay, bye. I leave now.
Are they going to mate now?
Probably.
We won't necessarily remember how it went, but it was fun.
Well, I don't say that anywhere near you, but I do say it, yes.
All right. Okay, so yeah, the rest of you make...
Does Drovar have a girlfriend?
I don't think they
Maybe.
use labels from what I've read into the situation.
Yeah, I don't think girlfriend, just friends. I don't know.
But anyway, Bocek, I'm gonna do something tonight, and if it looks like I'm breathing very shallow and like sleeping very deeply, that's okay. I have something I want to do in our room, and I should be awake by the morning. If I don't wake up by the morning, get Basha.
Should I be worried? Are you saying this near me?
Yeah, he's not hiding.
Gorple, Is this puberty thing? Do you need me to give you private time?
No,
About birds and
no.
bees.
So I've spent some time on the road, occasionally going back home in a sense, but I've never spent a full night there. And I think that if I do that, it might really solidify the connection I have with this place and the beings that want to join us. And so I think tonight, since it's safe, as we cleared off any real threats, I'm gonna try to go in there and, see if I get a deeper connection.
Okay, be careful.
Okay, Gorple, I trust you, but if you are zoning out and you look like you're in trouble, or you look like you're doing something that Bocek no want to be in room for, I go get Basha.
Oh,
That
I
would
don't
be-
want to be in room for that
that-
second thing either. But yes, come get me anyway. It's
If
fine.
anything weird happens magically, yes, Basha will be the one who will likely be able to find the solution.
All right. Maybe.
Okay. So eventually, Basha, you make your way to your room. Gorplo and Bocek, you are in the room, and Drovar, you are still over at the Sleeping Giant Inn, having a drinking contest. So, Basha, as you are preparing to bed down for the evening, you begin your nightly routine to prepare. Part of that is also, just putting your magical implements and your spell book to the side within reach. And as you begin to put your spell book down, the beautiful cover, there seems to be something not protruding, but there seems to be something different about the cover itself.
Okay.
Yeah, you begin to you kind of touch it, and you can feel like it seems raised, and you actually turn some more, you put some more candles, you light some more candles to get a better view. And as you look, you swear that it looks like a face.
I'm going to, so, like you said, I'm going to brush my hands on it. And normally it is an embossed cover, like there's roses on it. But like since now it's more protruding, I'm like, what
Mhm.
what is this? And then lighting the candles, and I look at it, and Basha's going to try talking to it. Basha's going to be like, hello? Hello? And like tap the book.
Okay.
And see if it does anything. And like I'm gonna say like she's gonna tap the book, but she's gonna reach out with like a little bit of magic, not a lot, but like a magic like as if she were casting a cantrip, but not casting an actual cantrip. Like she'll reach out with that level of magic just to kind of touch the cover to be like, what is that?
Okay. So as you do this, as you're saying hello, and you just kind of access some of the arcane energies around. You watch as the impression begins to become more pronounced, almost as it's raising slightly even more. And as it does, yes, you absolutely see the ridge of a nose, cheekbones, two eyes. And as the arcane energy begins to grow slightly, the eyes actually flicker open. And you don't see what you would somewhat think of as human or humanoid eyes. What you see are, it seems like the eyes themselves, there's no iris. And where the whites would be, it looks like the color of parchment. And you can actually make out looks like some words. Within the eyes themselves, and as you kind of stare into them, you realize that some of those words are actually just the words of some of your spells within the book, and it seems to be, as you're kind of moving the book around, the eyes do follow you, you are able to sense like the eyes are tracking you, and while the mouth doesn't open, you do hear a voice actually speak out to you.
Yes, you called for me?
I called you? I called you?
You are saying hello? Hello?
Oh yes, hello. Hello. I am Basha Barsh. I thought I was owner of the spell book. But maybe I was mistaken. Who or what are you?
No, you are not incorrect. I am your spellbook. You cast spells, I come forth, and I exist because of you.
You exist because of me? That's... Oh my god, like, wait, but like, how does that work? Like, did I make you with magic, or were you already like that? I mean, I think this book came from school. I got from Eben at some point, so... But I'm your first owner, I think. I know, I'm so confused right now. Talking books, this is new.
I am your book.
Okay. Do you have name?
Do you wish to name me?
I will call you Wojciech.
Very well, then I am Wojciech.
Wojciech. No, it's too much like Bocek. It will confuse him. Wait, if I call you out, then he will get confused. Let me think of good name for you.
I like how you got Fezzik from Princess Bride as your book.
That's the best.
Anyone want the peanuts?
I was gonna... That's perfect. I was
No more
gonna say,
rhyming.
Is this like, am I used to this? Like have I heard of talking books before, or is this like totally new to me?
You've heard that within the order of scribes that there is a certain sentience that spell books will take, but it comes in different forms. So it doesn't necessarily come in a form such as this, but you've heard of it as an example. But it was always in passing. It was never something like, oh, this is exactly what's going to happen. For every wizard that takes this path, something different happens for their spellbook, and this just happens to be what's happening for you right now.
Neat. Okay, so I'm not like totally like baffled, but at the same time, it's still like unusual. You know?
Oh yeah, it's still like, the book is talking to me.
Book has a face. Oh, my friends are gonna kill me because I'm gonna name it yet another friend of mine. But I will call you Jan.
Very well, then I am Jan.
So Jan,
Yes.
do I need to do anything? Like, do I need to feed you now? Do you take care of yourself?
No, just keep doing what you are doing. Keep adding spells to me. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If occasionally you want to oil my cover, as it is leather, to keep it up, I will not say no to this at all.
Of course.
But outside of that, I am very what you would call low maintenance.
Excellent. Okay, yes, I will take very good care of you. Yes, excellent. Thank you, Jan. I actually will be copying new spells into you soon because I have other books from other wizards. So soon you will have new spells.
That sounds wonderful, and thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
You are welcome, Jan. Oh, this is so lovely. Oh, I've heard of things like this, but I like polite book. This is good. This is good.
Yes. Well, as I said, I do whatever it is that you wish for me to do, but at the end of the day, I am your spellbook.
Excellent. Yay. And yeah, she will purposefully take time to see if she can find like oil in her pack, and if not, she'll probably run down to the innkeeper and be like, "Hey, do you have like a little bit of oil? Because I'm going to like oil my cover and take care of my book." And
Yeah.
he's like,
No, yeah. You run down to the innkeeper. You kind of tell him what you need it for. He has a little bit. He kind of gives it to you. He says, "Yeah, no problem. I heard what you and your friends did for the town. Thank you so much. That's amazing.
oh, thank you.
It's the least I can do here." And he just kind of like gives you a very small vial of oil.
Thank you. I keep this. I treasure this. Thank you.
Yeah,
And I do.
no, thank you. You've made this place so much safer for my family. It's the, again, very least I can do. Thank you.
And family is everything, so I understand. Yes, thank you. And I go back up and I will oil my spellbook. I don't know how late it is in game, but I might try to take time to like start copying down the spells, but like I'm not gonna spend all night doing it. Like I still am gonna take my long rest if that
Right.
makes sense.
Yeah, you begin the
Yeah.
process. That's not a problem. All right. Bocek and Gorple. So Bocek, Gorple is kind of like giving you this roundabout, thing that he wants to do and what he requires of you, and you're just happy that he's in the room. You're happy that he's including you in something. You're not sure what he's talking about, but you're happy to do whatever he needs you to do. And so whatever it is that you'd like to do during this time as Gorple is preparing himself. Again, you're not sure what he's doing. You can take some time to prepare yourself.
I think I'm just going to start mixing. While he's preparing, I'm going to start mixing a batch of beer. Just a very simple, like, it's the evening, I can make beer in a day. Let's make sure we have travel beer for the next day.
Absolutely, yeah. Without a doubt, problem. You take your small little keg out, you put it down on the table, and you start putting in the ingredients you need. And as you're adding the ingredients, you occasionally see this little rune on the side of the little keg just flash, and then dissipate. And every time you add an ingredient, it does the same thing. And you're like, whoa, this is cool. And you eventually begin the process of brewing. And you can feel, as you're finished, you can actually feel like there's a very slight vibration to the small keg. Just ever so slightly, but as it's working now. Gorple. You go and you start preparing yourself. And as you begin to prepare yourself, both physically and mentally, for what you're about to do, you feel this slight vibration in your pouch. And you start to put your hand in the pouch, and this is the pouch that you keep the hunter's livery in. And so as you put your hand in, the vibration becomes more prominent. And as you pull it out, and Bocek, you see this, there is a very, very slight glow, greenish glow, to the actual gem. And the vibration in your hand, it's not a painful vibration, it's a very soothing vibration. And as you hold it in your hand and you begin the process, what exactly are you doing during this time?
So Gorple will kind of like strip down to just like very petty clothing, though he doesn't really understand the point of covering up genitalia since they're interior. But just for the sake, he wears like loose rat pants, like almost like Thai fisherman pants, just to keep modest, I guess. But he'll put but this is the first night that he is not submerging himself, because he did that earlier today, so he's good to go. And so he'll kind of like lay down, or he'll kind of like sit in like almost a meditative stance. He'll kind of put the hunter livery on his neck like a necklace, and as he's kind of like closes his eyes, he'll get into like a deep breathing, like as like it's just like slowly extending and closing the giant frog throat, and eventually it'll probably slow to almost a pitter, and then at that moment he'll kind of try to connect and go inside for a longer stay than normal because this time he really wants to understand what this is.
Okay. So as you watch Gorple do this boat check, he's wearing the glowing gem now around his neck, and you watch as his breathing starts to get a little slower, but continues. And to you, Bochek, it just looks like he's actually just sleeping in this kind of sitting position. Gorple, you begin to meditate on the gem, and you feel this rush as you feel pulled from your own body, and instantly you feel warmth. You smell humidity, the dampness, the earth of your home. And as you slowly open your eyes and you look down at yourself, it's pretty much exactly the way you left yourself, but slightly translucent. And you look around and you can see the jungle, the familiar sights and sounds and even smells of your home are very prevalent here. And as you look around, they, more than you, seem to have substance. There is a slight translucency to them, but they seem more real now than you do in this moment. And you take comfort in that this jungle actually feels exactly the way it should. There is freedom in this. And as you think this, you watch as these small spectral comets begin to fly around. And you recall them from the first time you came in here, where these seem to be the spirits that reside within these gems. This gem.
I'll kind of like move my hands and like gesture for them to come close so I could like really get to see them for what they are.
As you kind of gesture, you watch, and at first there was only 2, and then 4, and then 8, until a dozen of these small spectral comets seem to now just come spinning and whirling around you, almost in various orbits around your body, just kind of, and not very, very fast, but almost in a very lazy way, just circling your body. Some begin to leave your orbit and just continue to stay in the area, while a number of them, seems to be about 4 or 5, begin to continue this lazy orbit around your body, while the rest just continue spinning and shooting off in various directions, but continuously in the area.
I'll kind of look at the few that are circling me, and I'll try to kind of like almost catch one like in like a contact juggler motion, to try to like pull it close to really like see what this spirit represents, what this energy actually is.
Okay. As you put your hand out and reach out to the one that's closest to you, as it seems to be coming towards you for a revolution, your hand passes through it, but as it does, you feel this slight tingle, almost like electricity, pass through exactly where your hand passed them. And again, it doesn't hurt, but it's interesting. It's just, you felt like there was almost a connection of some sort, but you couldn't hold on to it. There wasn't, your hand is too translucent. It's not there enough.
I'm going to begin looking and try to think of all the teachings I've had and see if there was a true name for what this is amongst my people, what the wild speakers would call it, or those so deeply connected to nature where I've only stolen a few of the names, but there were masters that may have known them.
Make a Make a general wisdom check for me, please.
That will be a 21.
All right. So you sit there and you continue to try and make connection and try to figure out what this is. And you close your eyes, but you can still sense that these spirits are still doing revolutions around you, staying in the area, as if your presence is drawing them there. And you're not sure how long you sit there for. Is it an hour? Is it 4 hours? Is it 6, 8? You're unsure, but a moment comes where you almost feel a voice, and it's all encompassing, all around you, but you hear it. You begin to hear it very clearly. It starts slow, starts very soft at first, but then eventually you hear, these are the primal companions. They are the spirits of Chult. They are the companions. And it begins to continuously repeat this, and then slowly begins to fade. And as
So
this
the
happens, I'm sorry, got
No. As the one that's like seems to be that I passed through that one time, I'll kind of again attempt to recollect it, and I'll go, "Hey," and I'll speak. I'm speaking in Grung at this point,
Mm.
and I go, "Will you join me and my friends? I could really use assistance, and especially a friend from home."
Right. So as you do this and you open your eyes and you say this, you suddenly realize that the dozens of spirits that were flying about and staying in this location, most of them have gone. But there are 3 who are stationary in front of you. And as you put your hand to the first one and you say this, it passes through your hand, but then continues down your arm, and then continues into your chest. And you can feel that tingle, that electricity just continuing. And it feels like a little too much to hold on to, but you brace yourself, allowing it to pass through you. And as it goes into your chest, it stays there for a moment and then pulls away. And then the second does the same thing. And it's an interesting sensation. It does feel somewhat like being electrocuted, but at a very low constant level. But you're able to bear it. And then it pulls away. And then the third does the same. At this point, I'm going to need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That will be an 11.
Okay. As the last one pulls away from you, you kind of and you feel as the breath was kind of pulled from you momentarily, but then as you look up, you watch as these 3 spectral comets begin to take shape. And the first that you actually reached out to, you watch as scales appear, and a large head, a long tail, small forearms, and in its legs you see these massive muscular legs with these claws that look like they could cut anything to shreds. And in front of you, I want to make sure I get the name right. in front of you, you see, and again, you as a creature of Chult, you are very familiar with the animals there. You see a Deinonychus in front of you, a cousin to the Velociraptor, which is in Chult. The Velociraptors are fairly small. This is their larger cousin. And it just stands in front of you. Its skin and scales a deep blood red with these markings, these strange markings along the sides of its head, its stomach, and its tail, where they are this aqua green color. It almost looks like some kind of tribal tattoo that you've seen on some of the tribes, humanoid tribes in the jungles of Chult. And these beautiful blue aqua green feathers jutting out of its elbows.
I'll kind of gesture with a hand, and I'll kind of like trace along its like the eye, like over like bone structure towards the snout. And as I get near the mouth, I go, "Your name, for when I call you, will be Teague."
And as you touch it, it has form. It is solid. And you can feel it. You can feel the scales. You can feel its breath. And as you say this, it goes, and you turn to the second one. And as you look at it, it is also beginning to take shape. Similar in size to Teague, but definitely not the same. You watch as its scales and body, mostly green, elongates with this massive tail with these fins on either side of the tail. Its legs rather small and tiny, but its snout very extended with these small yet sharp serrated teeth. It has similar tribal markings on it as well, but these markings, as opposed to Teague's, are blood red. And it seems aquatic in nature and begins to swim in the air at you. And you've not encountered these creatures, but you definitely have heard of them. This is a Mesosaurus.
Again, I'll do a similar gesture again across its eye, like nose ridge, and down to its mouth. And I'll kind of trace, and on its nose, one of the markings, almost kind of like as it gets the nose tip, is similar to like the Thor's hammer rune. And I go, "You will be called Maul."
And it just kind of nods in deference to you. And then the final spirit form begins to take shape. This one, not as large as the other two. It actually, but as it elongates, you begin to see dark maroon leather wings. A very, very long, sharp beak. The top of its head also somewhat elongated. You've seen these creatures in the air in the jungles of Chult. However, this one seems smaller than the ones that you remember. But when it is finally finished taking its shape, its tribal markings are a deep orange color that almost blend into its skin, but are there. And before you, you see a Dimetrodon, and it just kind of in front of you, just kind of hovering there.
Again, same motion in that reverence, and as I trace down these runic tattoos, Your name is Knack.
Kind of nods again. And as you finish this naming ceremony for what seemed to be your chosen, they chose you. You did not choose them. Companions. You all of a sudden feel satisfied. You get pulled back out of your body, out of the hunter's livery back into your body. And as you slowly open your eyes and you blink and look around, you can see what looks like sunrise out of the window. We'll get back to you in a moment. Drovar,
Yeah.
you had a very interesting evening of drinking and cavorting and companionship.
Fade to black kind of stuff.
Yes, absolutely. Fade to black. As you find yourself waking, you know, you can handle your drink. You don't feel hungover in the least. But as your eyes open and you kind of like get up and you begin to stretch, you don't recognize your surroundings. You look around.
What should we have? Is she there?
No.
Okay.
You look down. You're not even on a bed. You seem to be on a floor. And it's a beautiful marble floor. However, it seems to be marred by all of these various like divots and just like pieces of it just kind of pulled out or in some form or fashion. But you can see that the underlying, you know, work is beautiful and dwarven make. And as you begin to look around, you see that one, you're in some kind of what looks like a rotunda. And it's just everything that you can see seems to be made of some sort of marble or some similar stone. There are what look like about a dozen pedestals, and on these pedestals, 11 of these pedestals are statues of dwarven figures. The light in here, which is allowing you to see, just seems ever present. There are no torches, there are no lanterns, anything you can see, but it's definitely bright enough in here for you to notice. But there is one pedestal that is empty, that seems to be straight ahead of you. What would you like to do?
I'll start walking over towards that one, you know, looking on the floor around it to see if, you know, was there a statue that like has been knocked over or removed or something like that.
Okay. So you get up and you start making your way over to this empty pedestal. And you can see along the ground what seems to be pieces of the marble floor. It just looks like, for whatever reason, like there's these just divots and breaks, and there's just like random pieces of marble just strewn about the floor. So it's, you know, it's not a very, very clear floor. You can feel these marble pieces under your feet as you make your way closer and closer to the pedestal. And as you get about 10 feet from this pedestal, you start hearing what sounds like crunching noises. And you begin to look around and you can see that these dwarven statues are beginning to move. And as they move, they actually they walk off of their pedestals, but not down off of them. They continue to walk almost as if walking on the air itself, but not towards you, towards the middle pedestal. And in almost a circular fashion, they begin to kind of start to meet in this pedestal. And as they do, you don't recognize them per se, but there's something very familiar about their facial structures. and you watch as you can see one of them has like a pauldron, another is wearing bracers. They all seem to be wearing just general regular dwarven clothing. Some of the fashions much older than current fashion, but they all seem to be wearing just like various pieces of armor, but not armor as a whole. You do watch one of them just has, it looks like these very, very deadly looking gauntlets where there's just these jagged pieces of metal sticking out above the knuckles. And that's, and outside of that is shirtless and just wearing pants and boots and just continues to walk, and they continue to walk. And as they do, they seem to merge until the very last two begin to merge with the rest on this middle pedestal. And all of a sudden there's a flash of blue light, and you have to kind of close your eyes for a moment. But as you open them, standing before you is a fully armored dwarf. There's no color, again, like a marble type stone complexion. But the hair, which is shaved completely, just almost seems to be a very large mohawk. You can watch as the hair itself is actually moving, although it's stone. And it steps down off of the pedestal and begins to walk towards you. And you can see now all of the pieces, individual pieces of armor have come together on this one individual in this deadly looking set of armor, where there's just jagged pieces of metal and spikes and just all, from neck down. There's not a piece of this dwarf that's not covered in this deadly armor. The only thing not armored is the head. And you can see a wild beard just coming down almost to mid-sternum. And again, you can see the hair and the beard itself. Again, stone, but moving the way hair should move. And he just steps down off of the pedestal and just kind of comes towards you and just stands right in front of you.
Is he like normal size for a dwarf, or is he is the statue larger than?
Oh no, it is. Yeah, it is. You are about there's maybe an inch difference.
So we're like eye to eye,
Yeah.
It's not like I'm looking up at a larger than life statue. Okay.
No, eye to eye. And as he approaches you, he has a smile on his face, and he looks just like your great grandfather, but you can say there are some subtle differences. And as he approaches you, he stops, and he's still smirking, he's smiling, and he begins to talk to you.
All right there, said Boyle. It's about time you got here.
Oh, is it now?
Aye.
I thought it was a good party. I didn't think it'd kill me.
Oh, you're not dead. Not yet.
That's good.
No,
Have we met?
well, that's a story, isn't it? We have not met, but we know each other very well.
All right. So I'm here now.
He's just kind of is somewhat uncomfortably. He's just kind of like eyeing you up and down, and he just kind of seems to come to some kind of decision, and he continues.
All right, so, well, it's just best to get it out of the way. You and I, we're family. I am the first of our family to learn about the rage. I am Dolgrin Lastax.
Is that a name I've heard?
Make a history check with advantage.
18.
18. The name sounds familiar. While you don't know the specifics, the name sounds familiar, and then it hits you. You constantly hear your great-grandfather constantly saying, when he gets pissed off or angry about something, by Dolgren's bloody beard. And then it hits you. Oh, so this is who Dolgren is.
All right, yes, I know the name. Heard it used in a few oaths in my time.
Aye, without a doubt. Well, let me just, I'll stop gilding the lily. I just wanted to see how freaked out you would be. So, yeah, I was the first to touch the rage. And I've been watching you for a while. Well, because here's the thing. Not all of us can touch the rage like we can. And, well, when it happened to me, happened at an interesting time in our family. Everyone was always about either the pick or the hammer. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. But occasionally, one must rise to protect. And that's who we are, boy. We are the protectors of not just Dwarven kind, but of family. I've watched you for some time now, protecting your family, protecting your brother. And you got to touch that rage sometimes to do it. And it's at those times that I see you the most clear. And boy, let me tell you, I'm so proud. Now, I know you're not especially proud of the rage, but that's why you're here. I'm here to learn you a little something about the rage and hopefully give you some clarity. You come from a line of what is called the Rage Bearers. And the Rage Bearers are the protectors. Now, at one time, in my time, many, many years ago, we protected Mirabar. We protected Gauntlgrim. We protected most of the Dwarven empires. But over time, you know, leadership changes, which means governments change, which means views change. And we were seen more as a detriment than anything else. And therefore, some of us were banished, but some of us didn't care. And we continued to protect from behind the scenes. And we used our rage to do so. And let me tell you, it's nothing to be ashamed of, because that rage can do some amazing things. And that's why you're here.
And he kind of motions around him.
This place exists because anytime one of our kind taps into the rage, a little more is built here. This is a place of learning, and this is a place of family. Everyone you saw that entered me is family. And together we're talking to you. So don't be ashamed of who you are and what you're able to do. Because we're always with you. You are never alone. And now, from now on, when you tap into the rage, you are tapping into your family as well. And we will all be there to help you in your battles and the people that you protect, especially those you consider family.
It's times like that when I was protecting Shug or others that it felt clearest. maybe coming home after the time in the war lost that focus, or didn't recognize it. All right. Yeah, I've not spoken to you before, not heard these words before, but I don't think I've heard more truth.
He kind of nods and he puts a hand on your shoulder, and you can feel the heavy weight of his hand. That it is absolutely stone. And he continues.
It's only about family. It's about those you consider family. And it's about mostly protecting those who cannot protect themselves. That's why we were given this gift. That's why only we can tap into the rage, not only to fuel ourselves, but to touch our ancestors, to know that they are with you and you are not alone. And this burden that you feel this rage is not a burden, but a blessing. And we will help you and guide you through everything you need to use it for. You are not alone, boyo. You never were.
All right. Let's get started then.
Excellent.
And as he says excellent, you watch as he begins to fade from your vision. And you kind of sit up and you are laying in an unfamiliar bed, and you look down and there is a snoring dwarven female bartender, kind of still sleeping, and you can see just a crack of the sunrise beginning to peek through some of the shutters that are closed. You remember who you are, and you look, and all of a sudden you feel this itching on your wrists, and you usually wear your bracers continuously, and you undo one of your bracers and you begin to peel it off, and there's this dark ink, and you begin to look, and there's what looks like a tattoo just continuously around your wrist in the shape of your bracers, but you can see these jagged designs that somewhat mimic those spikes and blades that you saw in the armor. And then you look at the other wrist and undo it slightly, and you see the same thing on your other wrist as well. But while you're wearing your leather bracers, they're completely hidden.
Okay. All right then. Okay. And I will make breakfast.
Excellent. Bocek. During the course of the evening, once you felt that Gwarple was safely asleep, and that your beer was doing its brewing and you didn't have to watch it anymore, you slowly drifted off to sleep. And it's so comfortable. You're with your friends. You're making money. You're having an adventure. What a vacation this is. It's been so great. Eventually your eyes open, and as your eyes open, you look around, you can hear birds chirping. You can hear a waterfall, and you kind of sit up a little bit and you look around, and you seem to be sitting in a glade. It reminds you a little bit where you grew up, but there's more sun. It's not as overcast. But there's a waterfall pouring into a little stream. There's some birds that are just flying around. And then almost 10 feet out from this glade, all around you, is just absolute darkness. And the first thing is, wow, this is a great dream. Then you begin to hear a voice.
Oh, Bocek. I'm so glad you're here.
Hello?
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm doing so good, especially since you're here.
That's good to hear.
Bochek?
Yes?
Do you know how amazing you are?
Bocek pretty cool guy. He liked to party, he make good beer, he hang out with friends, he take care of brothers and sisters.
That's why you're so amazing, Bochek. That's why I love you so much.
Bocek not sure if ready for commitment.
You're so silly, Bochek. You're great. I love you so much. No, I'm not looking for a commitment.
Who are you?
Oh, I don't want to spoil the surprise just yet, but I know you know how to keep a secret, so I'm just gonna let you know that you're one of my favorites. And I want you to keep doing what you're doing. I want you to keep helping people. I want you to keep making beer and drinking it and sharing it with people. I want you to keep doing really good things for your family. And I want you to keep protecting people that need to be protected. Can you do that for me, Bochek?
Okay, Bocek do that without you asking, but Bocek do it even if you asking. So yes.
You're so amazing, Bochek. Oh, and the last thing, don't stop smiling.
Bocek need an adult.
And as the laughter fades, so does the view of the glade around you. You fall back into a deep sleep. And you all wake up the following morning, all rested, all hit points attained, any spell slots you expended, you have now once more, and you all feel very, very well rested. Some of you a little interested, except for you, Gorple. You do wake, but you still feel exhausted. You do have 1 point of exhaustion. But you all wake, and you have the day in front of you. What would you all like to do?
Drovar comes striding into the other bar, the inn, the next morning. Gordon,
Morning.
DM. Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
Can I call forth Teague to be with me this morning?
You certainly try. Where are you doing it?
In my room, like an adult, of course.
Is Bocek still there, or are you alone?
I leave that up to Bocek. I do it when I wake up and I'm ready for the day. Now that I feel that it's more real,
Okay.
Gorple would like to attempt to bring his friend forward.
Okay.
You probably wake up before Bocek does, so he'd be in the room but not paying attention.
Okay. So yeah, Gorple, you wake. You're wearing the gem on your chest. You feel a little exhausted, but you feel excited. You feel you've made this connection, and you want to see how real it is. So you begin to focus on the gem, and how do you bring him forth?
So I'll kind of like switch over to Grung, and I will call the true name of the Dionychus or whatever, however you say it.
Okay.
Then as I finish it, I will begin tracing the similar runes that are on his skin in the air in front of me. And as I finalize the chant, elongating his name, I will say, Teague, come forth.
As you finish this, and as you are doing this rune in the air, you actually see the energy as you're doing this alight these runes in the air in front of you. And then as you say Teague's name and ask for him to come forth, the runes vanish. And you can physically feel something expel from the gem. And you watch at first what seems to be the spectral energy, like that comet that you initially saw him take as form, but it almost like water. It just kind of spills forth from the gem onto the ground, and as it hits the ground, it begins to take shape. But as it hits the ground, it makes a doo-doo sound, very, very, very heavy sound, and begins to immediately take the form of Teague. Bocek, you are still asleep, but you're starting to slowly rouse. Your eyes are closed when you hear a doo-doo. Something hit the floor, which immediately causes you to open your eyes and look up, and you see Gorple still kind of sitting there, but there is this large lizard just sitting in the middle of your room with very sharp looking claws on its feet and very sharp looking teeth.
What would I have to roll to try to hug it?
So that's what you want to try and do, is just run up and you run up and hug it. You don't have to roll anything, but Gorple, it just kind of like, as it's standing there and then this massive form just comes at it, it kind of braces for a moment, and then Bocek grabs it in a hug, and it turns and looks at you and goes, huh?
I know you're as smart as he is, but what can I say? As I say that in Grung, I switch over to common. Bocek, this is my friend Teague. I brought him from my home.
You have a very cute pet. I love him forever.
I think he wants to be let go, but you can pet him later.
Yeah, it is about, just to give you a general size of it is considered a medium creature, but it is a little slightly, I want to say maybe 4 or 5 inches shorter than Basha, but it is humanoid sized, like human sized. So it is not a small lizard. It is a pretty big. It's like a velociraptor from Jurassic Park.
I definitely throw my blanket over it as a saddle temporarily, and I will climb aboard my new ride.
And you can do that as a small creature, yeah.
As Gorple never walks again.
Yeah, walking's for suckers. Anyway.
I'm gonna say in my room, I'm gonna get up and like gently tap my book and be like, "Good morning, Jan. I am going downstairs for breakfast. You are coming with me."
Good morning, Basha. Very well.
Can I introduce you to my friends? Am I not allowed to do that? I don't know how this works.
I am your spellbook. I do what you wish of me to do.
I know it's still weird though, because I feel like you're like a living book, so I have to. All right, never mind. All right, fine. So I will gently put the book back how I normally carry it, being careful not to put the strap over his face, like more like above and below his like mouth and eyes, so I'm
Right.
not like on his nose, you know, like, oh, stay careful, okay, sorry. And then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go to knock on Bocek's and Gorple's door to be like, I'm awake, and of course,
Yeah, so yeah.
We're awake and we have a new friend.
what is this? I'm like trying to get my book out of its thing, like, is it gonna bite? Oh wait, you're riding it. Wait, what is that?
This is Teague, and he is my friend. He's my companion.
Okay, all right. That's not that weird. I also have weird things. Can I say hello to it? Can I pet its head?
Yeah, I mean, it's like as smart as you are. Well, maybe not you, but definitely Bocek. It's a very intelligent, like, think of it like a normal animal would be what it is, but Teague is the embodiment of all of its kind.
Wow. That's okay. I'm gonna pet it on the head and be like, I will give you food later.
It allows you to pet it without an issue.
Okay, meanwhile, I have to show you something, but I'm gonna wait because I want to show all of you and Drovar. So let's go to breakfast.
Yeah, let's show Drovar my dinosaur friend. He'll
Uh,
be really happy about that.
I don't know about bringing this downstairs into inn. Do they
We-
allow pets?
I don't care. We saved their town. And I'll
That's
fucking,
fair. All
fucking
right.
ride out downstairs on my fucking dinosaur.
I
That
figured
celebrity-
I figured Drovar's walked in. He's like, oh, I didn't think I. And I start hearing like that sort of scratching noise of like a pet on the upstairs floor. It's like, what the?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm like, celebrity's gone to your head, Gorple.
yeah. You watch as he kind of goes down the stairs, and it goes down at a fairly quick pace, and there's only maybe about 4 or 5 people having breakfast. But as you come down the stairs, immediately like, what the, and then just everybody runs like runs out. The innkeeper is Toblin is kind of standing. He goes, what is that? What is that?
That is a Teague, and he is my friend.
He looks dangerous.
I kind of gesture at all my weapons. I don't understand the question.
Look, I know what you've all done for this town, but I'm sorry. It's like I see you riding it. Is it like a horse, or like?
No, it's much better. And I kind of like climb off. I go, Teague, lay down by the table, please.
And it just kind of walks down with the clicking sound of each of its feet as its very large, sharp claws walks down by the table, and then just lays down at the table, like right at the foot of the table. Oh, okay. Look, I'm very sorry, but he can't stay in the inn. He's gonna scare away my patrons, and again, I know what you've all done, but please, like you can put him out back, and I'll make sure that he's well fed.
I just pull out 15 gold and I put it on the bar. That'll cover any patrons for the morning.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. Can you at least like by this evening? Can we like make a spot for him? I'll make sure that there's just a spot just for him by himself. You make sure to let me know what he eats, and I'll make sure he's well fed. But for now, yes, it's fine, I guess. But by this evening, please. Thank you. And he just like he takes the 50 gold, just looks very like still like very harrowed, and is just like watching very carefully and trying not to make any sudden movements. He's like, you get the impression they've never seen a creature like this before.
Just treat it like you would a very well-trained mastiff. I mean, he's way smarter than that, but he is as well-trained and, if not better, I think.
Oh,
No
okay.
kind of movements.
Sure. All right. I'm gonna go.
You want to try pet?
No. Thank you, though. Thank you. But no. I'm going to start preparing his spot outside. Thank you.
Preferably somewhere warm near a fire would be helpful because he's cold-blooded.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll see what I can do. And he goes in the back for a moment. And then you watch as he comes out, and you can see that his wife just kind of pokes her head out, takes a look. You watch her eyes widen, and she just yanks him and pulls him back inside. You hear some voices. You're not sure what's going on. But then he comes out, and then she comes out kind of behind him. Make sure she stays right behind the bar area, still looking. He says, I'm going to go in the back and prepare a spot for the Teague, is it?
That is its name.
Okay, and we'll make sure that this evening be very comfortable.
Yeah, I'll probably stay with it, but that's fine.
All right. Okay, thank you. He just kind of leaves, and you just watch his wife just kind of like staring, and
He's perfectly harmless if you say his name and approach nicely, much like a very well trained animal, but way smarter.
Okay, all right. I will take your word for it. Sure. And she just kind of like she's not taking her eyes off of Teague, but acknowledging everything that you're saying.
During all this, while this was going on, I will have gone to the table that one of the patrons abandoned, looked for a cup of coffee, and picked it up and started drinking it while all this is happening.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of them. Yeah. In fact, there's a number of plates of food that don't look like they've actually been touched yet. And you watch as I hate saying the innkeeper's wife. She has a name. Hold on a second. The name is
Tirolina.
Tirolina. Yes, thank you.
Tirolina.
Yep.
Yeah.
She goes, just take whatever food you need, and here, and she just kind of like haphazardly just starts putting some plates of food on the table and with some pitchers, and she's, enjoy, and you're able to kind of sit and begin discussing your plans for the evening for the day.
And I give a sausage to Teague.
He eats the shit out of that.
He can have my share. I had breakfast already.
Oh, yes, you did, I'm sure. Yes, you were not here last night, were you?
Oh.
Nope, I didn't think so. Good for you! I, punch him on the shoulder awkwardly.
I wasn't here either last night.
Yeah, so you got... you had an adventure?
Butchek also not here last night. Butchek getting yelled at by crazy Sky Clown.
Sky Clown?
What?
What? What? Was this a dream you had?
Sky Clown say Butchek his favorite, but keep it secret.
Doing a great job.
Yeah,
don't tell anyone.
Yeah,
I will have some beer, though.
Oh, I have something to show you all. I wait till everyone seems to not be in the middle of drinking so they don't spit it out. Okay, this happened last night. And I'm gonna pick up the spell book and turn it around so you all can see the face. Be like, everyone, this is Jan. Jan is my spell book. Jan, meet everyone.
As she says this, you watch the eyes open. And only you hear this, Basha.
Hello, everyone. I am Jan. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Jan says hello. Can you hear him too?
None of you heard that.
I can see he's looking at us.
Your book winked at me.
Yes, maybe. Not on purpose. His eyes do that. They're a little off sometimes. It's fine. It's normal.
What?
It's pretty interesting. I gotta say the lizard had a better entrance, but that's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought I would be most
It'd be the topper if it wasn't for the
Teague. Yeah.
The Teague.
Teague. It's
I mean, it's a Dinophysis or whatever, but you can call it Teague. It's easier.
Yeah, I can't beat that entrance. I thought my book would be most interesting thing, but here
it's very nice. You've got a book that, well, it talks to you in your head.
Yes, it talks to me in my head. I talk with it.
Well, I'd be a little worried, except it actually is looking at us, so it's clearly doing something.
Yes, it is a good book. I'm going to put it away now, and I put it away. But
Your friends seem a little concerned.
Yes, I think they are a little concerned, Jan, because I don't think they're used to talking books, but...
Alright, I will try not to freak them out next time.
It's fine. I mean, honestly, you're gonna freak out some of them no matter what you do. I don't think Gorple likes magic. I say looking at Gorple.
I am staring in utter horror that this evil witch now has a fucking magic book.
Book!
It's cool. I got a dinosaur that'll eat that book, so I feel a little safer, but not fully safer because she could curse my dinosaur. So I don't know how this works.
You're having a moral dilemma right now, Gorple. Like you're running through every scenario, And the scenario, it seems somewhat successful because you now have a dinosaur, but you still don't understand magic enough to take into account all scenarios.
I'll just take into account that she's my current ally, so I'm currently safe until that
Perfect.
changes.
Yes, I cannot beat, crazy Sky Clown or Teague or Walk of Pride from this man, so, Believers in Soon, we call
Just-
it Walk of Pride.
just
Walk of
walking.
Fame,
Just
Yeah,
walking.
okay, never mind.
Had to
sorry.
get from one place to another. You gotta walk there. I don't have a lizard to ride. I left the horse or ponies here. That's just walking.
We all need lizards to ride. That would be a great way to enter a room. Just, hello, me and my lizard.
So if you strap the book on your back, could he warn you if people were coming up behind you?
I don't know. I'm going to ask him. Hey, Jan. I ask Jan.
Yes?
If I put you on my back, can you warn me if, danger's coming?
I don't think that's how I work. I am just a spell book.
Oh, okay, alright. Yeah, he says no.
Okay. So if we find another way to earn his keep, then all right, that's fine. All right, what are we doing here? We've got, well, at least one more mouth to feed here, and we've done good work for this town. They're not gonna keep on buying us drinks for another night, I expect.
Well, I know that Lord Fancy Pants wants to see us in the morning,
All right.
but I know that we were going to talk to that old adventurer after we cleared out the red brands.
Right, because he didn't think we'd make it.
I know we need to speak to Halia to collect our money because she had time to approve all that stuff after her shift.
Didn't the cleric, the sister, she said she wanted to talk to us maybe about how she'd gotten injured or something.
I believe that's
Yeah.
true, and I would like to stop. I believe at Lionel, that's the place that sells adventuring gear, correct?
The Lion Shield Coster.
Yeah, I'd like to stop at the Coster at some point.
Also,
Do we
weren't we supposed to go back to Appleman?
know if there is?
He mentioned Appleman. That's the old adventurer.
Do we know if there is a mail service in town?
I feel like that's a Sildar question.
Yeah, oh, maybe it's a Trelina question. I'll go ask Trelina. Trelina,
Yes?
what is the mail system in town if we want to send mail?
Well, we have someone who does deliveries, mail and such to Neverwinter. Usually, he's not here currently, but we're expecting him back probably within the next day or two.
Okay.
If you need something sent, that's the person that you would talk with. She still seems very freaked out by this large dinosaur.
And do you have bank? Do you have to do money orders for things or no?
No, usually if we want to do any kind of financial anything, we work with Halia at the Miners Exchange.
Okay, I talked to Halia.
Okay,
Thank
because
you,
Bocek.
Trelina.
Okay, because Bocek need to send about 100 gold back home to take care of 8 brothers and sisters.
Yes, I need to send actually. Yes, I need to send 50 gold back for 2 weeks. So, 50 gold per every 2 weeks at least.
All right, so
I only
yeah,
have my 2 daughters and sisters, so it's not terrible. Although I could send more money back for the rest of the
That's
family.
so much money to send back. Like a poor farmer doesn't even get like a gold piece in one fucking year. You are sending so much money to your family.
Yes,
Holy
but
crap.
now they can all have nice new things. Daughters can go to better schools.
Gorple, you see how much Bocek eat. Now imagine 8 Boceks plus parent Boceks.
It's a lot.
All right, let's say 2 gold in a year, and that's double the food. Yours, just put that in perspective. You're just like, I'll send 100 gold. Most of these people never seen 100 gold in their life. You're sending 50 gold a month. Holy shit, are your fucking kids rich?
Well, they'll be happy.
I would say that paying somebody to take that much money back to your home, oh, might be safer to take it back yourself.
Well, that's why I said I should. Maybe they have to have like money order, so it's paper, so they can't see what I'm sending. Have you ever heard of that? Money order?
My
Like you take to a bank and then they put it. See, the problem is you have to have two banks that are the same, and I don't think they have. that. Never mind.
Neverwinter
Never
is
mind.
75 miles away from here. I did a quick calculation via the maps I have. That's gonna take it took us 2 weeks to get here, if not more. So I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe talk to Sildar, because if he's gonna send stuff and get the Lord's Alliance to come, I think he might be the most secure person to deal with getting monies to appropriate places.
I mean,
And you
maybe.
you might be able to just give him the cash, and then he can write a letter of credit to where that money needs to go.
That's a
You see, that
possibility.
would work. That would work.
Yeah, the Lord's Alliance, I don't know how that stuff actually works, but I know that if they get involved in places, things, well, they get shinier. I think it'd be a good way, a little more official people with a little more armor and, pomp, trying to get
Yes.
things done and get things just right. I figure, being able to transfer money back and forth, that kind of goes along with that. That's just my take on it.
That makes sense.
Bocek dad wear a lot of armor.
Is it shiny?
Yes, he is fancy paladin man.
Well,
yet he
you
is
should
not-
have Sildar talk to him. Maybe he could get your dad a job.
Yeah.
Dad have job, mom have job. 8 children expensive no matter what job you have. Or 9 children, not counting Bocek.
There are many Goliaths now in Zakopania.
Okay.
All right, where do we want to go first?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's go to Sildar. He said he wanted to see us.
It's probably good. He's the one who's gonna give us the he's the one who wants us to find Gundren the most. I mean,
All right.
he hired us. It's gotta
Hear
be-
me out. Let's not speak to Sildar first, because first off, Halia's quick and we just get paid. And I really like getting paid and closing out contracts.
I'm good with that.
I feel like Sildar's gonna talk our ear off. So maybe visiting the other people first and then talking to Sildar. Just throwing it out there. That's my vote.
Well, if we get going now, we can probably do all of it and still see him in the morning.
Yeah, this town is 200 feet across. You gotta see from there to there. It's not that far. It's 500 feet at the most.
Okay. So you finish up your breakfast. You finish making your plans. You make your way out of the Stonehill Inn. Gorple, you are riding Teague out of the inn into the street. Needless to say, as you make your way around, you are garnering more attention than previously. At first, folks are coming up to you, getting ready to say, they start, thank you so much. Whoa, and just backing up. Not again. The impression you're all getting very quickly is that no one has seen a creature like this before. It is very foreign to them. They're not sure. But watching Gorple riding the creature, they seem to not be as freaked out as they probably should be, with a large dinosaur walking through town. But they're still like, thank you. And occasionally, and now you're just watching folks just kind of wave to you from a distance. And not actually rush up to you to congratulate you like the first couple of people did.
This is so way better than them all rushing up to us. Oh man.
No more free beer.
If you're
Goodbye, free beer.
Yeah.
Hello, lizard who's scary.
Yeah, no, that's not
Yeah,
great.
that's our lives.
He doesn't have
Well,
to-
you're up, you're down. That's the way it goes. Who are we going to see first?
So you make your way over to Halia. Simple enough, she does confirm that she spoke with Sildar. She actually saw the glass staff and knows that he is ready for transfer to Neverwinter. Is just awaiting the Lord's Alliance to come take him. And she very quickly and very easily passes over a sack of 100 gold to you, Gorple, as you were the one that she initially made the contract with.
25 gold to everyone.
We.
Well, good work, and thank you. If there's anything else I could do for you, please let me know. Otherwise, I have work to get back to.
I am gonna ask her about if there's a way to like send money across distances that's without actually sending the money that she knows about.
Unfortunately, the only way we send things in and out of town is usually through Cuthbert. And he's due back within maybe a day or two from Neverwinter. I would just say to make sure that whatever you're sending is secure, either in a small chest or what have you. And Cuthbert is fairly reliable, but anything further than Neverwinter, usually what he does is he makes his way to Neverwinter, and then through the Neverwinter Postal Service, they're the ones who actually continue the journey from then on. We only have limited resources here in this backwater.
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? All right, have a good day then. You make your way to the Lion Shield Coster. As you enter the Coster, you do see Lenine, Greywind, who's just like, "Oh, hello, how are you? Good to see you, all of you. What can I do for you?"
I was inquiring if you have any weighted nets for sale, and if you had any saddles for one of those like halfling riding dogs, or I could bring you in the animal that I need saddled.
Or you could just step outside and take a look at it.
Oh, yeah, I could do that. Is it a mastiff or?
No, you should
No,
just
Just
look
take
at
a
it.
look. It'll be a new thing for you.
All right, and she kind of gets up and she goes outside, and you motion over to Teague. She, oh my word! Oh, what is that?
Well, that's Teague. He is a dinosaur from Chult. The name is hard to pronounce, so I'm not going to give you his full title.
All right. It's got some sharp-looking teeth and claws there. If I approach, is that going to be an issue? Otherwise, I can't take measurements, and I'll assure you that the saddle will work.
Teague, would you please let this kind lady approach and be very nice and gentle?
She kind of makes her way over, and Teague doesn't make any movements or anything that kind of would scare her. When she just slowly begins, she takes out these strings and begins to what seems to be like she's taking measurements. After about a minute or so, she goes, "Well, yes, a normal saddle, as you said, for a mastiff mount, would work for this creature. So yeah, let's go inside and we can do business there."
Sure.
So she goes inside and she goes, "All right, so you need saddle. Is there anything else that you need?"
Maybe some lightweight saddlebags to go with that saddle.
All right, very well. Let's see here. And she kind of takes out some paperwork and she begins to take a look.
Do you have any weighted nets for throwing?
I don't know if they're weighted. I know we do have nets. Charles, and she kind of calls back, and you see this guy stick his head out. He goes, "Yes. Can you check to see if we have any weighted nets? I know we got that shipment of nets in a couple of months ago, but I don't recall if any of them were weighted." "Yeah, I'll go check. And he goes in the back. and she begins to go through like her paperwork, and she starts to find like the cost of everything, which is just an easy way for me saying I'm checking to see how much everything costs.
Oh, and then lastly would be if there, or at least for me, is if they have any stud leather that would fit me. Maybe an old pair of halfling stud leather or something.
All right, so let's see.
You're echoing. Oh no, you're
The,
not.
the vendor switched to God mode.
It did.
Sorry about that.
That was funny though.
It's like, I will sell you the things. Yeah.
Don't haggle too much. Don't haggle too much.
All right. So let's see, the saddlebags themselves, we are looking at. Let's see, 4 gold pieces for the saddlebags. The saddle, we're looking at 60 gold. And leathers, I could probably do with, let's see, an extra 4 gold pieces. So altogether, we're looking at 64, 68 gold pieces for the entire, for everything that you require.
So sorry, the saddlebags, the saddle, the nets, and the stud leather.
Oh, the nets. Checking to see if we have that first, but this is just the saddlebags, the saddle, which also comes with the the bits and bridle, and the leathers that you require. That would be 68 gold pieces. The nets. Let's see. The nets themselves, as they are exotic, I believe. If we don't have the weighted nets, the nets by themselves are 1 gold a piece. But if they're weighted, that'll run you about 4 gold a piece. So, and Charles comes back. He says, "Oh, yeah, we've got 2 weighted and 6 regular." So she looks at you. So would you like 2 or 1? How many? We have the 2 weighted nets.
I'll take the 2 weighted ones.
All right, so that's just going to be an extra. That's the additional 8 gold. So altogether, it'd be 76 gold pieces.
And that's with the 10% discount.
Ah, yes, the discount. Okay, we will say altogether. Fantasy math.
How we get discount?
They brought back all their stuff.
Let's say altogether 69 gold pieces.
I just put down that money.
Nice.
So she takes it. You get all of the things that you need, including the bit, the bridle, the saddle for Teague. There are some adjustments that you need to make, but they're very slight, and works 100% well for you. And you are now all set as far as making Teague your mount. Is there anything else that anybody needs from the coster while you're there?
I just need. I don't even know if you would have this. Do you have like small, like box, like an ornate like chest that I can lock?
We have some coffers. We have larger chests as well. Is the coffers more something you're looking for?
Yeah, it's just a small coffer. If it's pretty, that would be nice. But if not, I'll just take a normal one.
Oh, that's fine. And absolutely with the lock included, lock and latch. Just 5 silver pieces.
Oh, okay. Here, I give them 5 silver.
And she gives it to you, and it's very simple.
Bochek like buy one also.
Okay, yeah, she gets you another one, also 5 silver pieces, no problem. All right. So you finished at the coster. You begin to make your way over to the townmaster's hall, and that is where we're going to take our break. All right. So thank you everyone for watching and to sticking with us. We'll be taking a very quick break. Stick with us, and we will see what happens at the second half of the session. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Alrighty. So, when we went to the break, you were making your way over to the Townmaster's Hall, where you were going to discuss with Sildar the next steps of your adventure. I was Gorple. I hate assuming, but you are tying Teague out upside, or you are making an entrance with Teague into the building. I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't care about Sildar, so I'm definitely walking in his house with a dinosaur. But I won't be riding him. I will have him. So I won't do a bit and bridle because my animal's trained and I need to bite the shit out of people.
Gotcha.
So I literally just have a saddle with the saddlebags, and I assume that I can steer it with my hips, and I can just talk to it because it understands Common, Grung, and Draconic, and has an intelligence of 8. And so I just have it. Yeah, it's smarter than you. Yeah, deal with that. Deal with that realization. Deal with that shit. I'll just have it with with a small rope off the horn, kind of just so it looks like it's on a leash, but realistically it is not.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. All right, so you make your way into the Townmaster's Hall. Gorple kind of leading Teague with this faux leash, if you will. And you make your way into Sildar's office, and Sildar is sitting behind his desk. As you all walk in, he goes, "Oh, excellent, you all here. What in God's name is that?"
That's my friend Teague. I summoned him, and he's now with us forever, and he's my friend.
He looks at you, Gorple, for a moment. All right, well, I hope it's housebroken.
No, I kind of switch over to Grung. Teague, don't poop or pee all over this man's nice house. If you got to do it outside, there's a fence.
Huh?
They're prissy. I don't know what to tell you, man. I can't control them. They're idiots.
So there's oh, all right, very well. All right, let's get down to business, shall we? And he kind of motions to the seats in front of his desk. All right, so we have a number of things to go over, and I hope you're all well rested because we seem to have a lot on our plate. So definitely, we definitely want to try and find Gundren. While we have a rough, as I believe you said, a rough location of where the Wave Echo Cave is, I think it would probably be in our best interest to rescue Gundren first and see if he can actually lead us there. I think that would probably be the most efficient way of going about all this.
I agree, sir. That blood splatter covers a 25-mile radius, and I don't know how well we'd cover it.
I see. Yes, I think it's probably the best way to do this. Interesting. I did make my way through the town yesterday. I was visiting a few individuals, trying to get basically a lay of the land and also inform folks, basically that the red bands wouldn't be an issue. Some of them were already aware, others were not. So I spent a good portion of the afternoon yesterday. I mean, I came back in the evening. Warple, we saw each other. But there were... Yes. All right. So there were a few individuals who said that asked if any of you all got the chance to come speak with them. They had previously spoken with some of you, I believe, but wanted me to reiterate that you should probably come see them should you get the chance. One of them was the Darren Eldermath, the young man the retired individual who owns the orchard. He was somewhat insistent. It was interesting. Said that it was spot on. That you all did a wonderful job, and to please come see him as soon as possible. Also, Sister Gorelli, she's taking care of all the necessary arrangements for that poor unfortunate man's funeral and services that are included with that. So the family is going to be taken care of in that instance, as well as that man's soul. So, but she did say that she would like to thank you personally and to please see her should you decide to leave before you do so. And interestingly enough, a farmer actually visited me earlier this morning and asked, specifically asked for you four. Miss, he kind of looks down at his notes. Miss Colleen Aldermath. She says that she previously met you already, that you had a play date with her son. I didn't quite understand what she meant, but she said that now that the red brands weren't an issue, she might have some information for you that might benefit you or something. She was very vague about it, but wanted to make sure I relayed that information. I told her that I would, but I mean, you know, she is a farmer. I don't know what kind of relevant information she might have for us, but it, you know, it's complete. I leave it in up to your discretion whether you visit her or not. But yes, hopefully we'll be having the representatives of the Lord's Alliance here fairly soon. They will take custody of the traitor down below, and he will be held and stand trial for his crimes. Very happy to get that out of the way. Yes, Bocek.
You bring up Lord Alliance. It reminds Bocek of something we talked about earlier. Does Lord Alliance have way to send the money to faraway places?
Yes. Normally out of Neverwinter, we use the Neverwinter Postal Service. They are quite extensive. They have a number of riders who go out to various lands and do deliveries. But there is an individual apparently that does it here. But if it's any further than Neverwinter, he just makes the trip to Neverwinter and they take it from there.
If since Bocek probably be busy, you know, saving people you need Bocek to save. If Bocek leave you with money, can you make sure it gets sent?
I could make those arrangements, yes.
I give him the chest with 100 gold in it. How much you need for sending?
I'll take care of the cost. It's the least I could do for everything that you've done, and that you are continuing to do. So, I will take care of the cost of delivery.
I will also grab out the coffer, and there's 50 gold by now in it I've put in, and I'm going to take off my earrings, my ruby earrings, stick them in there, close it, lock it, and hand it. And yes, I will need to send this to my family in just outside of Neverwinter as well.
That should be relatively, mostly simple. Just leave the information. Just write down the information. Just leave it on my desk, and I will take care of everything else.
And I'm gonna also say, DM, that I wrote a note to my sister and my daughters in there as well, kind of glazing over the more dangerous parts of what's happened. And these earrings are for you, sister. Enjoy, yay! Smiley face, miss you,
Gotcha. Yeah, without an issue, that's not a problem. So you write out all that info. You make sure that Sildar has it. He makes sure that you understand it won't be an issue. He says, all right, so yes, I would probably say, unless you all have any input on the matter, that Gundren should probably be our priority.
Question. I saw that, and I kind of nod to Drovar. Why was there a bounty on orcs when we first came to town?
Well, according to the folks in town, occasionally there are raids from orcs into the town proper. It hasn't happened for a number of months. However, we do have miners who do leave Fendalen proper. and occasionally are waylaid on the road to the various locations that they go by said orcs. So it does make prospecting for this town, which is its lifeblood, very difficult at best. And they don't know where the orcs are actually coming from. So they're looking for some kind of resolution, whether it's hunting them down and destroying them or something. It's just the orcs in this area are becoming a problem, much like the Red Brands were.
Well, luckily we have a friend who might be helping out with that in a more peaceful manner.
Good to know. Good to know. But if you have any confirmation or proof that things will actually get better in that area, please let me know when you can, and I will abide by the bounty, if you will, that was put up about the dealing with the orc menace, as it were.
Just for curiosity, what was the cost? What was that bounty?
I believe it was. I will tell you momentarily. Look through all this paperwork on my desk. Let's see. 100 gold. And it's very vague. That can take care of the problem. Apparently, there's the most of the issues have been coming out of an area known as Wyvern Tor. And so that would probably be a good place if you decided to investigate. That'd probably be the best place to start.
All right. Well, there's a few folks who want to talk to us about it. They've probably got a thing or two they want done. But, yeah, finding Gundren is our first priority. But it might be good to know what else is needed. And, because we have some idea of where the castle is. And we think Gundren's there. But, for all we know, the orcs know where it is because they've tried to attack it too.
That might be a fair assessment, yes. But as I said, just at the very least, I mean, you are now somewhat individuals of renown here in Fandalen, due to your recent exploits. So they're probably going to be more willing to be open to you about certain things that, given more time, they may not be. So probably be in your best interest to kind of speak with them now, even if you don't follow up on the things that they say to you. At least get the information and decide what to do with it from there.
That makes sense to me.
All right, very well. Just before you decide, whatever you decide to do, just check in with me before you do it. That way we're all on the same page. I know where you're going, and that way I always know where you are. I should always know where you are. It's just very simple. It's safety reasons, especially given that, we don't know where Gundren's brothers are. We don't know who Gundren is. We have a good idea. Last thing I want to do is lose more people. So just check in with me before you decide to do anything else.
It's so sweet to watch after us. Thank you, Sildar. We appreciate you.
It's the very least I could do. Very least I could do. One other thing. I have been very slowly. It's only been a day, but I've slowly been trying to introduce the young goblin as an idea within Fandalen. Some of the individuals I spoke with were not as open as I would have liked, with the exception of one, the retired adventurer who owns the orchard. He seemed very interested in young Droop, and has actually spoken with him, apparently, and they seem to actually get along very well. It was very odd. So young Droop is actually staying with him. So just to give you an idea, and I didn't think it would actually happen so quickly. But I'm still introducing the idea to the rest of the town folk here. Hopefully, this individual Darren will actually help, as he is now given a space for the young goblin to stay, and we'll be watching over him here in Findalen. So we shall see. But at the very least, I wanted to let you know that is he is not here. He is with this individual Darren.
That is so good. And I'm like tapping Bocek on the shoulder, and I'm like, Bocek, think about it. He raised in the orchard. How lovely would that be?
If he can raise the orchard, he can raise child.
Yes, that's my thought too. Like we're totally on the same wavelength than you.
Also-
Drovart's just like what?
Sildar.
It doesn't.
For I know in Port Niazaru, they do lots of distractions. So if people start arguing about this goblin, just tell them about my dinosaur, and they'll have nothing to talk about. It's flim flamming or whatever you people do.
Right. Sure.
Well, why don't we go chat with these other folks, see what other things, opportunities for work, and maybe more clues for finding Gundren are out there, and we'll see where we want to go next and get back to you on that.
All right. So yeah, just as I said, if you decide to leave Findalen proper, just let me know. Otherwise, good luck. All right. So you begin to make your way out of the Townmaster's Hall. Where are you headed to first?
So we have
Darren Eldermath, Colleen Aldermath. I think they're different people. So
Ald-
very
Ald-
similar
Alder-
last names.
Alderleaf.
Oh, Alderleaf,
Leaf,
that's why.
okay. So we've got the Halfling family, some sort of follow-up after the play date. We've got the cleric, and we've got Darren. Those are the three that we know of. Well, do we want to split up on this and just, check in, or?
This town is literally 500 feet across. I feel like we can all just go together.
just
It's
go.
not going to take us.
Let's go to the cleric first, and we'll just
Alright.
circle.
I mean, she's also right there because we're in the center of town.
Yeah.
So she's like,
Fair enough.
Okay. So you make your way over to Sister Goreli's home. As you make your way there, you actually catch her. She's outside tending to the fountain, the shrine area. And as you approach, she kind of steps up. She goes, "Oh, hello. It's good to see you all. Congratulations, by the way. Excellent work with the Red Brands.
Thank you.
What's she done?
Please come with me." And she kind of leads you to her home. She asks you to come inside, and inside it's a very small domicile, but comfortable. There are a number of stools and chairs there. There's even one that seems to be strong enough for you, Bocek. Stool that you can just kind of rest on. Your knees do come up pretty high from sitting on it, but it groans slightly, but does not break under your weight. And she actually begins to pass out these small little biscuits for each of you. She goes, "I'm going to put on some tea. Would anyone like some tea?"
Yes.
No, right, frankly.
Thanks. And she goes into one of the smaller areas, which you would assume is the kitchen. She starts to put some tea on. Eventually it's prepared. She pours out the cups for those who would like some. And it's a very nice, almost like an orange citrus tea. It's very, very, it's not too bitter. It's not too sweet. It's very, very nice. And she sits down, she goes, "Well, as I said, thank you so much for coming to see me. Bocek is pouring liquor into his tea, and then sipping to taste and drinking it when it's perfect. Yes, I'm glad you could come. I also want to thank you for bringing that poor man back to town so I could prepare last rites and make sure that his family will be taken care of. So I do appreciate that as well. And she
How
kind
much
of
does funeral cost?
Oh no, it's we're there's the I can take care of it. It's part of my duties here, as one of the only clerics in the region. It's my duty to do so. So no worries. Thank you. If you'd like to make a donation, however, you can use it. You could use it. Could be done in the shrine over at the fountain. So much appreciated. She kind of looks around, and the door is closed. Like there's nobody else but all of you. But she seems to kind of take a moment, looks around a little bit. She goes, "You all seem to be rather capable. I wanted to share something with you, and ask. And again, this is just if you are able to do so, it would be very appreciated. If not." I would harbor no ill will towards you for saying no, but I just ask that you hear me out.
Of course.
So, I occasionally, much like you all, sometimes I find myself in positions where I need to go and do something which seems somewhat foolhardy, but in the long run will help many people. Recently, I found myself doing some such thing and was unsuccessful. And it seemed that it would be too much for me individually by myself to take on. I barely made it out in one piece. But thankfully, thank the lady, I was able to make it out. So I'm looking for a specific item, and without getting too, I can't give you. Again, I apologize. I can't give you too many details until you hear some of what I have to say. And if you agree, I can elaborate more. It's very delicate. So this item I was trying to procure, it's been lost for some time, and the item will do a lot of good for a lot of people. Yet no one has seen it in many years. So the closest we could come up with to try and find this, it came to our attention that not too far from here, a number of days' journey from here, there was a banshee residing not too far. And I don't know if any of you have had dealings with creatures such as this, but they do have you are able to deal with them to a certain extent, and they do have knowledge of things. And I was able to track down her exact location, and I attempted to basically convince her to part with the knowledge of where this item would be. And to put it mildly, I was very unsuccessful. So I would ask if you are willing to possibly visit the home of this banshee and try to do what I could not.
Punch her?
Yeah, so are we to deal with her or like deal with her?
No. it would be preferable that all parties included in this would walk away unscathed. But I know I'm asking a lot, and honestly, and I hate to say this, but I was when you came to me for healing and help previously, I was not entirely truthful. I did have more that I could give, but again, given the circumstances, I was unsure if I would be making another trip to see the Banshee, and I would need all the resources I possibly could to gather. If you are able to do this for me, I could reward you with a number of healing potions that could help you on other journeys as well. But again, if you feel that this is not something that is within your bailiwick or your interest, again, I will harbor no ill will towards you, and I will thank you for just hearing me out.
I would like to roll insight just to feel like, am I getting the full truth from her?
Sure. Roll an insight check.
I would like to make a roll so that Drovar maybe knows exactly what a banshee is. I don't think he's encountered one.
Okay. Roll a. That'll be for you. It'll be a general intelligence check.
That was a 13 insight for me.
13 insight, Basha. Okay. She's definitely holding something back, but what she has said thus far seems to be truthful.
I got a 10, so.
Drovar. You've heard of banshees? They're like some kind of like terrible ghosts. But outside of that, you don't know anything else.
That's cool.
Yes, young man. And she points to Bocek.
What the bellywick mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's your specialty, something that you are good at doing. If that's something that you're good at doing, or you're not interested, is what I meant to say.
So you think this ghost knows about this object you're looking for?
Yes. Again, I can't give too many details. I'm sorry, but the associates I work with occasionally are able to find out information about creatures or individuals through divine means or magic, and everything that they could determine about the item that we are trying to find continuously led to this creature.
So it's guarding this thing, or it just knows what it is?
Either she's guarding it, or she's guarding the information of where it could be. We're unsure, but this is, again, as they say, this creature is where all the roads lead to. So yeah, if you were able to acquire the actual item, that would be amazing. And I could probably offer you a lot more than just 3 healing potions. But if you just ascertained the information and where it could be found, or or something, I could absolutely reward you with these healing potions.
Wonder if a creature like that would know other things.
It's possible, but it's always dealing with these kinds of supernatural creatures. It's always dangerous. So I'm a testament to that. So I would be careful what information you are trying to acquire from her, or how much. might be pushing your luck. And she kind of chuckles, considering that she is a cleric of the goddess of luck.
So what's the? Nobody does anything for free, so we're going to talk. If we went to talk to this ghost, what's the price? Is that what went wrong with you? That the price was more than you could pay?
I'll be very honest. I am unsure what it was that I said or did that turned the creature's ire upon me. But I do. Usually a gift has to be given, and I had one. However, I did not. I was unable to give it to the creature in time to avoid the unfortunate incident that I found myself in. So if you were to agree, I would give you this gift to take with you to assist you with it. But again, I can't give you more detail than I already have without you accepting this responsibility.
Well, I want to help, but I will say I am very nervous because I was always taught making deals like this is not great. I work with a lot of wizards. We don't work with a lot of warlocks, so making deals with anything is tricky, to say the least. So if they want to help, I will help them. But personally, I cannot, because it is against everything that I was trained to do. But again, if they want to do it, my friends, I will assist my friends in getting there and whatever I need to do to help.
She kind of nods. She says, but make no mistake, this is not a. I'm not asking you to broker a deal, if you will. With these type of creatures, again, what my associates and I could ascertain, the best course of action would be to offer a gift and offer a certain amount of flattery. I believe if you are successful in doing so, that it would be willing to either give you the item or give you information about this item. Again, I'm unsure as to what I did personally. I thought I did everything correctly, but I didn't even get up to giving this creature the gift or even beginning to flatter before I was set upon and attacked. But make no mistake, I'm not asking you to make any deals, and should this creature ask you for more than the payment that you are willing to offer, then by no means I do not want to put you in any danger. But you seem capable, and should things turn awry, one, you wouldn't be alone. You're a group of four, whereas I was only one. And as I said, you seem very capable individuals. You might be able to succeed where I failed.
Well, I think we'll have to think about it. You've got. I'll be honest. Having a couple extra healing potions in the pocket in these parts wouldn't go amiss. But
they are very rare, especially out here in Findalen. So
yes. So looking at my friends here, they think we're all sort of like, we gotta chew on this one. Talk to each other a bit about it.
Please, don't rush to any decisions. So just thank you for hearing me out, and should you decide to do so, just please come find me, and I will then give you more details and all of the information and things you would require.
All right.
While we're thinking it over, do you have a general location of this area? Just because if we decide to go find our friend, if it's on the way, that would maybe put it into a more idea of if we're willing to do it.
She kind of makes a face. Make a persuasion check, Corporal.
Wow, I'm impressed. That's an 18.
18? she kind of makes a face, and she seems to be struggling for a moment, and then she kind of looks at you. She goes, "Well,
We're not going to go there without the gift. I just want to have that, and I'll pull out the map.
right.
And I'll show her like there are 2 bloodstains. We're definitely going to one of them.
Yeah. I would probably say, it's near a place called Connerberry. It's
Oh, I see that. Oh yeah, that's done. That's done that Tribor Trail quite a bit east of here.
yes,
North and then
it's not in Connerberry proper, but it is somewhere in that vicinity. So yes, if you feel that your travels are going to take you near that area, then please absolutely come see me, and we can discuss it at a greater detail.
Well, I will say, I'm gonna say to them, my friends, I will say those potions might be helpful depending on what we're going to go do. Even if it's out of our way, we might want to consider it.
we'll think about it, sister. Thank you for your time. Let's.
Thank you. And
Okay.
you finish your biscuits and your delicious tea, and you make your way outside out of her home. You're going to make your way where next?
The Darren, I guess, the orchard.
Okay. So you make your way and again, not very far at all, as Gorple keeps reminding everybody, this is a very, very small town. You make your way over to the orchard. As you get to the orchard, you see Darren sitting at the stoop, almost in the same exact place that you found him the first time. He is currently munching on an apple. And as he sees you, he just kind of continues to eat and just kind of waves to all of you as you approach. Puts the apple down, kind of gets up. Oh, good to see you. Good to see all of you. It's good work. Good work, all of you. It's impressive.
And where is the young goblin?
All right, as you say this, I need Gorple, Basha. I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Fail.
What'd you get, Basha?
8.
8. Okay. Bocek?
19.
19. Gorple?
24. I'm ready for this shit. Come on.
Okay. Drovar?
18.
18. Okay. So, Basha, as you ask where Droop is, Bocek, Gorple, and Drovar, you hear above you a sound on the roof. And in almost a split second, you watch as this net just starts coming down on top of all of you. And Bocek, Gorple, and Drovar, you just kind of like jump out of the way very quickly. But Basha doesn't hear or see anything until the net is on her. And Basha, you're just covered in this net, and you're considered grappled at the moment. And you see this little face kind of peek over the side of the roof. He goes, "Got you."
Very good, Droop.
Good
Yes,
throw.
very.
Good throw.
Yes.
And you watch Darren is just chuckling. He's just laughing, and he kind of walks over and Basha, he helps you take the net off. And then you watch very deftly Droop just kind of like he grabs the edge of the roof and then kind of does like this little flip, and then is just right in front of all of you. And he goes, "I was practicing."
It was very good. You surprised me.
That was amazing for only a day of practice.
Oh no! And he points to Darren. He says it works better when you're very quiet.
That's generally, honestly, what my tribe taught us. The old lurky pokey. You lurk and then you poke.
Okay. And Darren actually says something to Gorple that I'm sorry, to Droop, that Bocek only you understand. He's talking Goblinoid, and he says, "Good job, Droop. Now take the net inside, and then we'll get ready to go pick some apples." And Droop and Goblinoid says, "Okay." And you watch as he just kind of, all of you watch as he just kind of gathers up the net. He kind of waves to all of you and then just kind of runs inside.
I want to pick apples also.
Darren looks at you, kind of raises his eyes and goes, "There might be some time for some apple picking later." But yeah, thank you. Just everyone, please have a seat. And there's all the seats are right there on the stoop for all of you. You all sit down. He says, "Okay, so yeah, I wanted to just congratulate you. Good job. Excellent. I'm very happy to hear, especially that you caught the glass staff alive. Is amazing. I was expecting, at the very least, you'd come out a little, somewhat scathed. One of you would probably be dead, and the glass staff would have to be, killed. So, I am very impressed."
I mean, I work for the Shameless Brothers. We do our jobs well.
He kind of looks at you, goes, "That makes a lot of sense. I've done some business with the brothers in the past. Good to know. Good to know." All right. So, yeah, thank you for coming. But I'm not here to kind of kiss all of your asses and tell you what a great job you're doing. This actually is going to lead to something because, while again, I am retired, I do keep my ear to the ground. And while the Red Brands were a pain in the ass, and they were a problem, I've been actually keeping my ear to the ground for larger problems. And we might have one based on what I've been hearing. And since again, you took the glass staff alive, and he kind of points to you, Basha, and you now have the glass staff. That tells me a lot about your capabilities. So here's my dilemma. I have a number of friends here in Fendalen who are miners, and I've been hearing a lot of talk, not just about the orc issues. That the orcs haven't been a big problem for a number of months now, and the ones that we do hear, those are for some of the miners that actually they go off the beaten path. And honestly, we've warned them not to go as far as they go, and sometimes they just don't listen. So I hate to say it, but sometimes they do it to themselves. However, I've been hearing some stories about there's this place not too far from here, a couple days journey, called Old Owl Well, and a couple of my friends came by, and they were talking they didn't make a lot of sense of what they were saying, but there's somebody out there. There's they talked about some kind of structure out there. It looks like there's some digging going on, and not a lot of people know this, but in that area, there used to be a town, actually more than a town. It was the main, many years ago, the center of an empire known as Netheril. And this empire was mostly run by a magocracy. So the issue I'm having here is that if someone is out there and they're digging around Old Owl Well, there's a very strong possibility that they are looking for magical artifacts. And that could be a danger. That area is usually crawling with dangerous creatures. And if that tells me two things, that one, they're possibly looking for magical artifacts, but the second thing is that for whatever reason, they're not afraid to be in that area. I need to know who those people are, and I need to know what their intentions are. I don't think they're very good either way, because usually anybody who goes digging or mining usually comes through Fendalen first, talks with the town master, talks with the folks here to kind of get a sense of the area before actually proceeding. And we do either probably send some people with them or warn them if necessary. Nobody came here. So whatever it is, my fear is that it's nefarious. and I need more information.
I will definitely check it out. I mean, we will definitely check it out.
I want to do an inside check on Basha. Once you said no doctor say Drovar's just
Looking over at me, like,
just seeing it's like how like you know.
as soon as I heard magical artifacts, I was like, yes, I'm in. I am in. I'm so in.
Yeah, you
Well,
don't even.
next question.
Yeah, Drovar, you don't even have to roll an insight check. Like her eyes, like bing. Just like almost like those old cartoons when the dollar signs pop up, but it's just the magical equivalent of that. So yeah, it's very clearly on her face.
Bojack has question.
Yes, Bojack.
What if people not come to check in Vandalen because they know about the Red Brand problem?
That's a possibility. But again, without more information, I have to err on the side of caution. I'm one of those people that I hope for the best, but I plan for the worst. And the problem is I don't have information.
So you're looking for information on who or whatever this party is.
Yes.
If we can assess it peacefully, great. If they're up to no good, capture them and bring them to you?
Just get it to stop.
If they're up to no good and they leave you no choice, then do what is necessary. But still bring me back information.
And if they have found something, may we keep it
Here we go.
and as part of payments, unless it's if something very dangerous, in which case it should be left alone and not touched, and no man should ever know that it exists.
If something's found and you actually find it, bring it back with the information. We will figure out what it is together. And if it's not dangerous or something that needs to be further researched or what have you, and I don't have any issues with it, then you can keep it as part of the reward.
I will also tell you I am very good, close personal friends with Evan Hounds, the headmaster at the Wizard College in Neverwinter. So, if need be, I can always reach out to him as well for advice if we find something dangerous or weird that's not easily dealt with.
That's good to know. It's good to know. All right. So that's my dilemma, and I'm hoping that you'd be willing to help me, because again, my fear is that this is a bigger problem than the Red Brands, and without information to go on, I'm just kind of guessing here.
I will lick my eyes and I say, is this kind of like a help for the kindness of our heart situation, or are you offering some sort of reward just as a curiosity's sake?
This is the greatest magical good. That's what this is. It is for the greater magical good.
Yeah, okay, so that means that's double the price then, because I'm terrified. If we're going to an ancient wizard empire, that's the worst. Dead wizards curse people.
All right,
I mean,
so
that's actually not untrue.
So, working for the brothers, I'm not surprised by this question. But I will say this. In addition to keeping possibly most, if not all, of whatever you find there, I can offer you access that you probably would have difficulty gaining should you wind up in certain towns or certain cities that you may go to, and you need a little extra help. That access would allow you to gain that kind of help.
So you're saying that putting in a good word for us would open a few doors in some locations.
To say the least, yes. And considering the ears that I have access to, it's a lot of places. I'm sorry?
Drink some juice instead.
I was going to say, second unrelated question.
Mm-hmm.
You said if we impressed you into this red brand thing, we talk about those bracers. If I'm not getting paid up front for this job, I want to get something at least.
He looks down at the bracers, and he looks at you, and he kind of chuckles. And he says, how about this? We're not going to have a discussion about the bracers right now. But, if that sweetens the deal, and you successfully, however you decide to do it, successfully bring me back information, I'll throw the bracers in.
I'm more in, but not still 100% sold. So, just
I
letting
am
everyone
so
know
in.
that.
I am in.
I just I lean in. I just set my glass of apple juice, and it's like, all right, it's another one to discuss. I think we know what our plans are for Mother.
All right. So Gorple, he kind of looks at you and goes, let me show you what these bracers can do. And he kind of gets up, and he motions for Bocek to kind of stand up. And he says, do me a favor. Punch me.
Ooh.
Roll for attack. Roll for attack, Bocek.
I'm looking at the others for permission first.
Okay.
He says,
He
"Do
said
it."
do it. Let's
Do
see.
it. Why not?
Oh, okay. $26.
26 hits. All right. Roll damage. Roll your damage.
$7.
7. So you watch as Bocek just kind of stands there. He kind of looks at all of you, and you kind of encourage him. He goes, "Okay." And Bocek, you take a swing as hard as you can, and to punch him across the jaw. And as you do, almost imperceptibly, you watch as Darren's hand just comes up to block the punch. And as he does, Bocek's punch connects with his arm. Not the bracer itself, but there's a sudden flash of light. And you watch as he does seem to block the punch, but you watch him wince slightly. And you see that he slides a little bit with the actual block, as if Bocek's punch just still moved him slightly. But he's still standing. He doesn't look like he took as much damage as Bocek actually gave him, but he did take some damage. And he goes, "Whoa, wow. It's a good hit."
He hits hard.
I'm not sure what I just saw, but I have to assume that that was what you meant to do.
And he kind of looks down and goes, "They're magic bracers. They help you with defense."
Oh, all right. You could have just said that. I would have believed you either way. You have
Yes,
to get
but this was
time.
much more entertaining. Yay! She claps her hands.
Are you okay?
He kind of he's rubbing his arm a little bit. He goes, "Yeah, I'm good. There's a reason why I'm retired, but yeah, I'm good." And he just kind of like very like lightly punches you, love taps you in the chest. He's like, "That's a good hit. I haven't taken a hit like that in years. Good job."
I'm sorry.
Oh no! You don't have to be sorry. I wanted you to. It was fine. I used to spar all the time with guys just as big as you when I was younger. This is part of what I do.
It's all right, lad. Drink your juice.
So, but yeah, I'll throw in the bracers. I rarely use them as it is, but they're just a nice reminder of my adventuring days. But if it gets you to actually get me the information, I'm more than willing to part with them.
All right.
So just let me know. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere.
I got one last question for you, which is completely unrelated to all of these other questions.
Okay.
Are you training Droop how to defend himself?
Considering what he is, not who he is, but what he is, I am making sure that should he needs to hide and protect himself, he will be able to do so, but not harm others. If that makes any sense.
I kind of like gesture to the armor I'm wearing.
Mhm.
Are you showing him how to protect himself with armor?
No, because he might not have access to armor depending on what he decides to do with the rest of his life. He's not going to stay with me forever.
Chris, I begin to unbuckle my scale.
Mhm.
And I go, as I take it off, I'd clean it out because it's covered in my slime, but this should fit him. He's pretty small right now.
He kind of looks and he goes, that's very kind of you, but trust me, I've been doing what I've been doing for years, and by the time I'm done training him, he'll never need a piece of armor ever in his life. But thank you. I'll make sure that he knows that you were going to offer him that.
I mean, I bought myself better armor or slimmer armor, so it's not really a skin off my back. But it was just something that maybe if that is the style, I don't know what you did as an adventurer, so I don't know if you wore armor or not.
I think he fights somewhat like Bocek does.
He kind of looks at Bocek and goes, not exactly. Or maybe, I don't know. Yeah, no, I've basically, all right, this used to be my tagline, but I have trained my body to be a weapon. Right, I guess that's the best way to put it. He's like, I used to be a monk. And
Yes, I figured that out. Okay.
So, yeah. And so, yeah.
People call Bocek that also.
It's not time for round two. It's no.
If you decide to take this job and you come back successful, you want to spar a little bit, we can spar.
Promise?
Yeah. And we teach Droop a little bit of something too while we do it. Sounds like fun.
All right, I guess we have a few more places to go, and then we're good. But we'll get back to you when we do our full acceptance or not.
Sure.
I'm still skeptical on Ancient Wizard Empire.
The Empire's gone. It's like
It's long dead.
It's-
There's nothing to worry about.
I'm just
That's definitely not true.
look.
That is
Yeah,
definitely not true.
yeah. If there was
I'm
nothing to
listening to
worry
the
about,
robot.
I
No,
would be
I'm
sending
trying
you.
to make them feel better. I knew I was lying, but you didn't have to
Listen,
tell them
I
that.
knew you were lying. That doesn't make me feel better. I hunt people who lie.
All right. So we're bantering as we head down the hill, and Drover's like, I don't know, those bracers, God, I could use those myself. I don't really wear armor, it slows me down a bit, but
Can you imagine you or Bocek with those, though? I'm just saying.
it'll be probably handy for you as well. I mean, you.
Yes, I mean, the staff helps me now. It helps. I can put magical armor on now.
Oh, you
every
figured
day.
out what it does.
Yes. Yes, it is very wonderful.
Can you put it on? I point at Bocek. Can you put it on other people?
I have to check. I'm not sure. I think so. No, maybe not. Well, let me think. I think I can.
That's the book.
I will say-
Jan, can a wizard cast mage armor upon other people or just themselves?
Oh, Basha. Yes, absolutely. You can cast mage armor on whoever you like.
Perfect. Yes, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
After I'm done, like, bending over and talking to my waist. Yes, I can do it on other people.
Oh. If that's that could come in handy as well. Just,
I do have to do it twice a day to myself because it's like every 8 hours. So I like try to do it like once in the morning and once at tea time. But other than that, I can do it for, I guess, each of you. Otherwise, especially if we know we're going somewhere dangerous, like before we walk out to the middle of the woods or something.
well, that's could be interesting. Could be handy.
Hard pass.
Oh well, Gorple doesn't want it, but you two do.
So just so everyone's aware, this is going to, if you do wear armor or you have certain ways that you're unarmed, like your unarmored defense and such, the target's AC becomes 13 plus your dexterity modifier. So before Basha would actually cast mage armor on you, you have to figure out if your AC is actually higher without it or with it, because it doesn't stack. It just changes your AC.
Right.
Yeah, the barbarian thing, it's like I get, if I'm not wearing armor, I get my con and dex bonus add to it.
Right. So it might actually be a detriment to you.
But
Right. Okay.
Which is
But
why
Drovar,
usually
you
it's
can
just-
wear medium armor.
I can, except I've been looking. The only one that would be an upgrade for me is a breastplate. Until I hit that, everything doesn't do me any good. So I'm saving my money, not sending it back home to mother. And but the bracers might. It just says it adds 2 to your armor class. So that I think the Goliath and I both could make use of that, since neither of us are wearing armor at this point. But in any case, it's a moot point.
Oh, I was gonna say, so besides meeting up with the lovely halflings, remember the woman's family who we helped? I
Yes,
think didn't they want to speak? They said to find us after
Yes.
everything.
Yes, I was
That'd
going
be
to
good.
say that.
But probably, I think, the Halflings Farm's like completely on the other side of the town, which isn't far. But you can see if we can find the family first.
Yes, I agree. Let's do that.
Okay. Yeah, very easily enough. Darren actually knows who you're talking about, and he points you over to on your map. It would actually be called the Woodworker. That is actually the homestead of the family that you found. You make your way over there, and on the front of the building, there is a sign that says closed. But you can very clearly see through the window that there is actual activity and movement going on the inside.
I will go up to door and knock on the or knock Bocek. Yeah, Bocek, you knock.
Okay, so Bocek goes over and knocks on the door, and you see a face kind of look out the window, and you recognize this as the woman that you had saved, the mother. And she oh, it's you. And she kind of shuffles, opens the door, and she actually, oh, please come in. Come in.
I come in.
Yeah, you all come in, and you can see that she's in the process of actually boxing things up, crating things up and putting things away. She goes, "Thank you, thank you so much," and she hugs each of you. Yeah, she goes over to hug Gorple, and Gorple's like, "Mm."
You don't want to do that.
No,
You don't wanna
he's
do that.
he's not being insulting.
Oh.
He's toxic.
I'm sorry.
It's more for your safety. I don't mind hugs. It's just really for your safety.
No, I just thank you so much for saving me and my children. You have no idea what this has meant to us, and we heard that you dealt with the rest of the Red Brands, so thank you again so much. Yes, I'm glad you came. We are going to be leaving Findalen soon. We're in the process of packing up and getting our things together. We're going to be going back to Neverwinter. I have family there, and we're going to be staying with them. But we're on our own now. It's good to be with family. So
It is. It is. They often come in great times of need when you know, when you need them like this. Uh, Listen, Chris, how old were her kids? Like, were they like around the same ages as mine, or like younger, or like what? How old were these kids?
they were one of them seemed to be around maybe like early teens, maybe like 13, 14 years old. The other one maybe mid to late teens. Like they
They're
were they
older,
weren't
okay.
they weren't like small
They're not
children,
small.
but they definitely seemed, considering everything that was happening, they were definitely like they seemed younger in the moment. Um, Given how terrorized they were.
Right. Well, when you get back there, I have two daughters. They're much younger than your children, but you can look up my sister and them when you go in. Just ask for the Barsh family. They should be right around outside Neverwinter, like actually, not really on your way, but anyway, if you ask after them, they'll be there. You can make a friend in
Oh,
town if you need them.
that's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. No, I will absolutely do that. I will make sure that I will inquire, and you know, it's always it's always good to make friends.
Yes, I lost my husband last or 5 years now ago, and we also picked up everything and left home. And we have my family was there for me when I needed them, but I understand a little of what you're going through. So it is important to make new friends as quickly as you can, and just keep going. Like I know you will.
Yes, it's all we can really do at the moment, and well, I want to. Saying thank you doesn't seem enough. But the reality is that we didn't have much to begin with. The Red Brands had constantly shaked us down on a regular basis, and then after they killed, after everything, I don't have a reward to give you. I want to give you
wouldn't want
something,
it.
but and again, I don't have anything here, but well, when I was a little girl, my family and I actually lived in Thunder Tree, which is just outside of Neverwinter. But when the volcano erupted, obviously everyone had to abandon Thunder Tree, and most of us made our way to Neverwinter, which is where most of my family is now. But we owned an herb and alchemy shop. If you ever make your way there, and you find within the ruins a ruined herb or alchemy shop, inside my father used to hide. He hid this beautiful emerald necklace, which he always said it was a family heirloom. But we were unable to take it with us in the rush of leaving during the eruption. Again, I believe it's worth a good amount of gold. But if you ever find your way there, and just look for it there, and you should be able to find it. I mean, hopefully it's not underneath too many things, debris and such. But it's the only thing I can offer you.
Do you still practice alchemy or herbalism?
No, that was mother and father. That is what that was their specialty. Unfortunately, I was never able to pick up the knack. I'm good at raising gardens and herbs and such, but the mixing of them, I was never very good at.
Bocek likes herbs and things like that. He can use it with his brewing, actually.
Oh,
And cooking. I cook also.
Oh yes, and cooking.
well, I only had like a small, very small herb garden in the back. for our own foods that we would prepare and cook. And you're more than willing. You're more than please go in the back and take what you would like. We're not going to be able to take it with us on the journey, so if someone's going to use it, that's I'm glad. I'm glad for it.
You need maybe herbs to flavor for journey.
Oh, I've begun to pack some of them, but we're not going to be able to take everything. So whatever's left, please help yourself.
Oh, okay, because but as Basha mentioned, Bocek brewer. If I use brewing equipment to soak herbs in alcohol, very strong alcohol like vodka, at high pressure, it creates tincture. You'd add drop to recipe, and it like flavoring with entire herb.
It's very good.
Okay. I mean, I won't say no. But again, I feel like I'm taking from you when I'm trying to.
Basha puts a hand like on her hand, whatever she can, was in reach, her shoulder, whatever, and she's just like, no, this is the time when you need to take. This is you've just been through a great ordeal, and now is the time when you need to let us help you. And someday you can help us if you really want to, but now is the time to take things.
And you're lucky. The last time he gave out information like that, it involved beavering.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
Sorry.
They did. That's a long story.
It's a long story, but you never know what's gonna pop out, float to the surface, as it were.
She kind of covers her mouth, and you can hear chuckling. And you turn, and the 13-year-old daughter is kind of like in the doorway, and she's just like giggling. And when you turn around and you watch her giggling, she kind of stops and she kind of goes right back into the back room.
My oldest is 11.
It's good to hear her laugh.
Yeah, it is good. My daughter's near her age.
So, but yes, yes. Then thank you. Yes, I will try that, and I will take your word for it, and we'll see how it turns out. Thank you so much. But as I said, if you do make it to Thunder Tree, it's the shop was like in the southeastern portion of Thunder Tree. So if you find yourself in the area, you make your way there. Please don't feel guilty. Take the emerald as my thank you, and my family's thank you for saving us.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So,
what are you looking at as far as travel and restart money goes, as far as getting things together?
I was going to ask that.
Oh well, my brothers are actually coming from Neverwinter, and they are going to. We sent a message. Thankfully, Sister Gareli was able to. She did some kind of magic-y thing where she was able to actually speak, because she's met my family before. And she was able to speak to my brothers to let them know that they needed me, that I needed them to come, and they're on their way. Once they get here, we should be fairly. We will be fine. My family is somewhat well off, and we just didn't have that access here in Fendalen. So I do appreciate the offer. I do see where you're going with this. But please, we will be fine. Thank you so much.
Sure. I would recommend, if they happen to come in at same time, there's a large party of Lords Alliance that will be going back towards Neverwinter at some point. It may behoove you to travel with them in case you need the extra protection, if you can manage, however it works out by the time they get here.
Oh, that's thank you so much. That's very good to know. Yeah, it'll be a lot safer if we all travel together. Thank you. I'll make sure that my brothers are aware of this when they come. Thank you again. I mean, thank you so much. And so there's a few more pleasantries that go on. You finish up there, Bocek. You give her the kind of, is it the recipe of how to put that together?
I'd probably actually use my weird super keg just to speed up the process. So instead of it taking 2 weeks to make a tincture, it takes couple hours.
Okay. Yeah, and later on you'll absolutely be able to pass it off to her and take it. That won't be an issue. But you eventually make your way out of her the residence / woodworker shop, and you find yourself out in the street of Fandalen, ready for the next part of your journey, making that decision. What would you like to do next?
Halfling.
Things.
Okay. Make your way over to the Alderleaf farm. As you make your way to the Alderleaf farm, much like the previous times, you see Colleen outside on the front smoking a pipe. Carp is nowhere to be seen. As you walk up, she sees you. She goes, "Oh, hello!" And she actually gets up, comes down off of the stoop, and actually walks over to you and meets you kind of halfway as you're walking towards her. Oh, it's good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. I wasn't sure if you'd make it. Thank you. How y'all doing? Y'all need anything? Something to drink? Something to eat?
I mean, you were looking for us, but do you know anyone who sells horses in town, or at least rents them?
Oh no, there's only a few horses in town, and they're usually meant for like labor, mining labor and such. Sorry. I do know probably like the Coster, I think they have, but that's also for like their deliveries that they use. But you can check with them probably. But yeah. So yeah, you all seem like busy folks. So I'll just cut to the quick of this. So I'm not gonna lie, I was a little odded out by when you came over for a play date with Carp. How you doing, by the way, little boy? And she kind of is talking to you now, Gorple.
I'm good. I have a friend now. As
Look,
I point at my fucking dinosaur.
pet.
Yeah, and for the first time, like, because she was so excited to see all of you, she actually, as you point out Teague, she goes, "Oh gods, what is? Oh,
It's some sort of dinosaur from Cholt. I don't understand.
I don't know what.
It's a Deinonychus. Its name is Teague,
Deinonychus.
and it's
Deinonychus.
similar. Oh,
It is a traditional companion from homeland. So you need to respect his culture.
Yes.
no! It's similar to the halfling riding mastiff. It's a very similar, I think, cultural practice.
Right. Okay. I don't know what a Deinonychus is, but sure. It definitely ain't no mastiff I ever seen before. His skin looks all dry and scaly. Anyways, yeah. Anyhow, let me get to the point, because like I said, you folks look like you're rather busy. So I got. This is not something because you came for a play date and such, but not something I would actually talk with you about. But then I heard that you all, including your little boy here, went and helped take out the Red Brands. So, I'm trying to. I hear that, and I see that things are starting to take a turn here. Maybe you can help me out. I hope. See, I have this friend. His name's Right Off, and well, he's a little weird, and I haven't heard from him in a while. Now, normally, I sometimes I could go months without hearing from him, but I was actually supposed to hear from him like a month ago, and I still haven't heard anything, so I'm a little concerned. And she kind of looks back and forth. Little birdie tells me that y'all probably looking for where Cragmaw Castle is. Well, Rydoth knows a lot of stuff, and he spends a lot of time out in the wilds and the forests, so he might be able to help you. So maybe if you can find them for me, and make sure he's okay. Maybe he can help you figure out where this castle is. He lives out in a place called Thunder Tree that's not too far from Neverwinter.
Yeah, heard of it. Yeah.
Mentioned once or twice.
Yeah. So, yeah, he set out for there. He said he was going to be back. He'd get back to me, and then just haven't heard from him in a while. It's just west of Neverwinter Wood. But let me tell you something. There's not an inch of land that this man doesn't know. All right, so he can most likely help you out with your Cragmaw Castle thing. But yeah, if you can find them and make sure he's all right, it would be much appreciated. I mean, I can't give you much other than the possibility that he can help you out. So I figure, scratch my back, scratch his, and then we all scratch each other's. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, something like that.
Sure.
What do you mean a little birdie told you? Like, or is that just you scuttlebutting?
Oh no, this is hey, gossip gets around. This is a small ass place. I mean, have you seen how big this town is?
Yeah, it's like 500 feet.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, I could say something now, and everybody in town will hear about it like within a day or two. So, yeah, there's almost no secrets in this place. So that's what I mean by a little birdie told me. Yeah.
Well,
Basha glances over at Drovar.
Drovar has that 1,000-yard stare, just doesn't meet her gaze. Just.
well, we might check out Thunder Tree. Yeah, that might work. We just honestly, if we want to get to all these places quickly, we're gonna need some horses or people who move fast. I'm good. I don't know about the rest of you.
Well, I think we're gonna. This has been a busy morning. I think it's time. And everywhere we visited, somebody's given us food. So I was gonna say lunch, but even I'm not feeling particularly peckish. Let's take a stroll and let's figure out if we're gonna how many of these different things we can do. So I bid farewell to the matriarch of this farm, and
All right, now I hope it helps, and thank you so much again for
you.
everything you did for us with the Red Brands. Like amazing. Thank you so much. And goodbye there, little boy, and your Dino Caucus there.
Yeah, Gorple, you can move fast. What, you don't think I can just spread wings and fly magic?
All right, so everyone but
No,
me and
no, I
Basha
can't.
can go really fast.
No, I can't. Never mind.
How fast is really fast?
I don't know what horses run 40 or 50. I don't know, a few miles. Faster than us walking is really the key.
Bojack started doing sprints recently, so that's why Bojack asking, because he get really fast.
All right, well,
dwarves are only good at short distances. So a well-known fact.
all right, fine. Miss Basha, can you summon some sort of magical wagon
No.
that can transport us across things at incredible speeds, or a magical horse, or a magical pony, or a magical elephant?
No.
Wait.
That's my power.
We unloaded all things from wagon that we got from Giuseppe? What dwarf
Yes,
name again?
that guy. Gundren, Rockseeker.
The guy we're looking
Yes.
for.
Yes, guy we're looking for. We unloaded wagon. Did we return wagon? To
Yeah.
who?
It was part of the job. To the not the coster, the other
Yeah, the
trade
other
and
place.
general store kind of place.
Not Balder. What's his name?
Uh,
That guy.
What
Barthen's.
if Bojack just go over there and re-rent wagon?
Well, it's a possibility. I was thinking, if we're okay, let's break this down rather than start figuring out transportation. I look at Basha. It's like, you really want to go check out the old wizard thing? It's not far from where this ghost is. And the healing potions wouldn't be bad. It's a lot of time to cover. And Thunder Tree's on the other side of the forest, which I don't think we're really keen on trying to hack our way through.
Well, that's the reason why I was inquiring about movement. If we travel fast and we're not impeded by the wagon, we could bust 24 to 30 miles in a day. That would only be a day and a half travel of fast travel. So while it took us a few days to get here, we were on a slow wagon with mules? Oxen. So if we could acquire a horse or two for you and Basha, because she can't summon magic horses. I don't know how wizards work. Or no, that wouldn't work. Never mind. I was gonna say you could also ride in styles if we got one horse, because Basha could ride the horse and make her weird magic floaty thing that carries shit follow her, and you could ride on it.
That's true, I could. But I don't think it lasts forever, so that might be a problem. But
I'll keep getting dumped on my ass as we go. No, it doesn't sound good. Now, here's an idea. We could ask around, see if anybody's got a horse or two, at least, for carrying baggage and at least speed us up a little bit. But the other idea that came to me is we go back to Neverwinter and get horses. I mean, somebody's got to be going back to Neverwinter anyway, with the various news and all this stuff. What if we're the ones to deliver the money that you want to take back to town, take back to your families, and get that other family back up to the city? If we get up there, we get the horses, then we're close to Thunder Tree. It's a long haul to get all the way around the woods over to Conyberry and the well, but it might be faster than trying to walk.
That's fair.
I'm throwing that out there because it seems like, I mean, I'm all for, we want to find Gundren. I'm not sure, other than talking to this fellow who's up in Thunder Tree somewhere, that we're going to know exactly where to look. He might be able to give us the location.
I mean,
I don't know what the other two locations to the east would do for us for finding Gundren.
I'll present one alternative, which may not matter anyway. We know that group of Lords Alliance is coming in. Maybe we could convince them that our job is important enough to give us some of their horses.
Yeah, but I don't know what time, when are they coming?
I don't know either.
We only took care of, the Red Brands yesterday. So did he get another magic message sent up there? I don't know. I mean, maybe he did, but maybe he can send another one saying, hey, bring down 3 extra horses. We got people who, I've got money. I'm willing to buy a horse for this kind of transportation.
Same.
If they could get them down here to us. But, in short of that, maybe going back to the city, if the ox cart isn't full of supplies, we might go a little faster.
Well, before we talk about going to city to buy horses, maybe we should find out if there are horses anywhere in town to buy.
It's worth an ask, but I think what we were hearing is they're too used that people need them for things.
Yeah, they're like
transportation and farming and stuff like that. We could. Maybe we could buy them that way, but the townsfolk might not be willing to part with them at any price.
It's important to Bocek to get a job that gets you guys bracers.
All of these, sure. The question is, just looking at the map here, that's a lot of travel. Now, since we don't know exactly where Gundren is, I don't mind poking around a bit, trying to find his location. I don't know.
No, job for bracers was magical artifacts, which I also want to do.
Right, but it's
But
the
you're right,
opposite.
it's
the
far.
opposite direction from theoretically somebody who knows where we could find Gundren. Now, here's one more idea. If we hit Thunder Tree, check that out. If that necklace is there, we get some money. If we find this fellow, we know where Gundren is. Maybe we do that, and then we head over and talk to the ghost and the other thing, because it still doesn't mean we still have to find the cave.
I mean,
But
we have an idea of where Castle Cragmaw is, but that is a large splotch of blood, so that blood can cover, 6 to 7 miles in a radius. And if it's full of all these creatures, the boss or whatever they were referring to, we don't want to wander around looking for it. We'd probably want to try to get the jump on them, much like we've done with Glassstaff. So we're going to want to know where it is.
All right. So are we in agreement
What-
that trying to find that guy in Thunder Tree is the higher priority before we go poking around in the wilderness? For Gundren?
Probably.
Boshek, you look
Yeah.
like you're raising your hand. You're not, but you have that look.
Bochek maybe think that if we apply little pressure to Sildar, he tell us where to find horses that are more local. That way we not spend month walking back to Neverwinter.
Maybe, but there may not be horses to be had. That's my point. If he, and we can ask Sildar, and sure, maybe I think we've got enough coin in our pockets. We could afford horses as long as there's horses we can get. We don't know.
Yes, Bochek's worry is amount of time it takes us to get back to Neverwinter without horses.
Yes, I agree. Yes, it would take far too long.
It's about the same trip to get up. If there's no horses to be had, we got to get up there somehow. And I think, if you're worried about getting money back to your loved ones, guarding it yourself is probably the smartest and safest way to do it. I don't like leaving without knowing what's going on with Shug, but and this thing with the orcs, he wanted us to kind of stay clear of that, at least for the time being. I'd like to give him his chance. So heading west isn't quite as high a priority for me. I mean, if we hear there's trouble and he needs it, I'm going, but we haven't heard anything yet.
There's nowhere on the map called Wyvern Tor, so we have
Yeah.
no idea if that is somewhere on the way to anything.
It's a much rockier area that way. A Tor is going to be a big, tall hill kind of thing. So I think it's somewhere east of here rather than north.
Well, I say we go talk to Sildar first. See if he can get us horses, and if he can't get us horses, then we go from there. Also, we should maybe we should have nice dinner with him. He did do us favor by finding home for Droop. We have to play nice.
Another suggestion if Sildar doesn't pay out, what about Darren? Darren might have a riding horse or two from his old days. He has a large orchard. I didn't look for horses on it.
Did we see any horses or any evidence of them, like in a pasture?
I would probably say when you were there, you didn't see any evidence of them, but you haven't actually seen the back of the property. You haven't seen the actual orchard or anything. But just in the front of the home, you didn't see any evidence of horses or animals.
Okay. All right. Well, and I would say I'm in agreement that, we're trying to get horses. So we got some mobility here because we got a lot of territory to cover. If there's none to be had here, then I think, trying to, the cart's going to be going back for another trip up to Neverwinter soon enough, probably hasn't left yet. We might be able to get on that and it'd be faster than walking, but I guess checking on horses, that's the thing first.
Okay. So after discussing that, you make your way to the Townmaster's Hall. You find Sildar in his office, and as you approach him, he's going through a massive amount of paperwork. He looks up and goes, "Ah, yes, my friends, what can I do for you?"
Well, we're heard from all the various folks in town who have things that need doing. There's a number of them, and they're a bit spread out. We're wondering if we're trying to find out if there's any horses that might be for sale here to speed our progress.
Drovar, make a persuasion check for me, please.
Oh boy.
The
I'm the man
jobs
for
that
this.
we have been offered include information on what's his name again?
Location of Gundren.
12 total.
12. Bocek, you can make a persuasion check as well.
16.
16. So Sildar kind of looks at you, Drovar, and he looks at Bocek, and he goes, "Oh, well, the only horses I'm aware that might be available would be at the Costa. I do know they have a stable behind. Give me a moment." He pulls out a blank piece of parchment and begins to kind of write something down on it, rolls it up, hands it over to you, Drovar. And he says, "All right, just go down to the Costa, give them that, and if they do have any horses available, that should help you out with pricing. But again, you will have to pay something, but hopefully this should ease the burden."
That's
Oh,
worth a
yes.
look. All right. Then we can maybe we'll meet up for dinner and we can spell out what our intentions are.
Yes, and you can come join us. And also, what is your favorite alcohol, or what do you like to drink, Sildar?
He kind of looks up as you ask this and immediately stops working. He goes, "Oh, I love a good tankard of mead."
Mead?
Yes,
All
yes.
right. Good to know. Well, you should join us for dinner, and perhaps I will buy you a tankard of mead.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Yes, I will see you there.
Perfect.
All right. So we'll zip over to the Coster and
Okay. You go over to the Coster. Lenine is there. She goes, "Oh, you're back so soon."
well, we're got a letter here from Sildar. We're in the market for horses. If you've got something.
"Oh, well, I don't have horses for sale." And you go and you hand her the letter. She kind of opens it up and she looks at it. She goes, "Oh, all right. I do have."
Say.
She looks at it and she says, "Well, it seems like the Lord's Alliance will be covering some of the cost and replacing any horses that we may require from assisting you. So we could spare 2 horses. Is that good?"
It's more than what we've got.
And she kind of points to Bocek. "Is one of the horses for him?"
I don't think so.
Oh, all right. And so she goes, "Well, follow me." And she kind of takes you through the building to the back. And as you walk out the back door, you're immediately you're kind of in a covered area, but outside of the Coster. She takes you around the corner, and you find yourself in what looks like a stable. And there seems to be 8 actual stalls, but in the actual, not all of them are filled. At the moment, there seems to be 5 filled. There are 2 oxen and 3 horses. Of the 3 horses, one of them looks like it's on its last legs. Like it's been here for a while, but it seems well fed, but it just seems like an old nag. But the other 2 seem to be fairly healthy, in good condition. She goes, "Well, I have these 2 draft horses here. Hopefully they'll be helpful. We can make sure that you're outfitted with all the necessary bridling, barding, and tack without any issue. I know the cost is going to be taking care of most of the cost, but for the 2, you are going to be looking at about if you hand off 80 gold pieces, the the Alliance can take care of the rest. We'll build it, and we would like to have them back if possible, but if not, just make sure that we know, so we know to make sure to order them from the Alliance.
I have no problem paying a little bit of money to help you guys out to help
Oh,
our
okay.
travel.
All right.
I was going
So-
to say I can pay for the.
Yeah,
gold pieces.
I'll do 40. Because I'll
Yeah.
be riding this thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, very well. You pay her the gold. Just make sure you deduct all the costs, from that, and within the next 45 minutes or so, the horses are prepared for you. You do have at least a week's worth of feed for each horse, as well. And they hand the horses over to you.
I'd like to actually do something during that hour.
Sure.
So I'll kind of assess the horses as I'm a ranger. I'm good at animal handling, and I'll reach into the hunter's livery, and I will whisper the ancient language that all animals understand. And I will use my natural, my deft explorer, or whatever my new ability is, my connection to nature, and I will cast speak with animals.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go, hey guys, I know you've been running around and pulling and carrying, and that's a great job. But my friends and I, we need to get places fast so that we can help lots of people. And you guys are the only horses, and it'd be a great favor. We'll try to take care of you, we'll feed you well, and you won't have to pull heavy things if you come help us out.
Okay, so the two horses, just so you get a visual of this. The first horse is mostly like a chocolate brown color, with one eye just with a patch of white. The mane is basically kind of a peppering of those two colors, as well as the tail. The other horse is more of like a beige cream color, with you can see some black streaks in its fur. The mane itself is just a stark white. They're both very beautiful horses, but they seem that they have been worked for some time. And as you say this, Gorple, the cream one just kind of looks at you, and then actually looks at Bocek and says, "He looks pretty heavy."
I point at Basha and Drovar. Those two will be likely the riders. That big guy, he moves pretty fast.
The cream-colored one just kind of looks at Basha, Drovar, just kind of like nods. The chocolate-covered one kind of looks at all of you, and he just, "Okay, sure, whatever."
Well, what's your name so we can call you by your proper names?
The cream-colored one just kind of looks at you and says, "My name is Gypsy." No, I'm sorry. My name is Jack. The wrong list, sorry. The cream-colored one just kind of looks over. It's very strange, Gorple. You look at him, and he looks like he's kind of like looking around, like who's watching and who's listening.
I go, listen, buddy, only I can hear you. They can't understand horse. They're dumb.
My name is Trooper. And all of you just are watching Gorple just in front of these horses and just yeah. And it looks like he's having a conversation with them, kind of.
Well, I talked to a book, so I really can't say anything.
And then
I just look away and give them their moment. It's like, so how does this saddle thing work?
Yeah.
And then DM, one last thing. Could I make an insight on these horses to see how reliable they are? Just because, I'm now getting their personality from a person who can talk to them.
Sure, make an insight check on the horses, no problem.
They're the best goddamn horses, that natural one. They're the best horses I ever met in my life. I love these horses.
These are the most reliable horses ever. Like there have never been any horses more reliable than these two. And they are the best horses.
Perfect. That's all I needed. And then I'll kind of, after I've done my conversation, I'll sidle back to the group. They're good.
All right. Glad you checked them out, I guess.
And with Gorple's seal of approval on your newly purchased horses, you begin to figure out the next stages of your journey with multiple destinations possibly ahead of you, but with the ultimate decision of how soon and how quickly you can get to Gundren Rockseeker and find out what the actual plot is of this mysterious black spider. And that is where we're going to call it for the evening.
All right.
Amazing game, guys. Amazing. That was great. That was so much fun.
So good.
All right, gonna do some quick shout outs for folks. Again, thank you everybody for staying and watching and supporting. We appreciate you all. So very quickly, Oscillatus, thank you so much for all the cheers. You never cease to amaze with your support. We really, really appreciate it. Ty Dynamite, thank you for the resub. Amazing. Thank you for your support as well. Lady Poopsie, thank you so much for the raid. Jug TV, thank you again for the subscription. We really appreciate it. And for everyone else who's watching and here, thank you so much. I see a lot of folks, some new in the chat, and it's great to make new friends and to have folks who are having as much fun as we are having playing. So thank you so much. Really appreciate all of your support, all of the work that we put together for these games. I'm always worried and hopeful that it's enough. And then when I see all the support and everything that you give and everything that you say in the chat, it does mean the world to us. So thank you. So again, make sure to support these amazing players of mine who every week make me look amazing, and their various projects and the things that they're doing. Please, I will say as we end, we are going to raid a fellow supporter of everything that we do here. So don't leave just yet. We are going to support and raid Ion Nuke. So please give Ion all the love and support that you gave us. Really appreciate it. It'd be great. As we end, thank you again. Please take care of yourself. Please take care of others. Be good to others. And don't forget to be good to yourself. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And we will see you next time. Take care.